Hope you can hear me well. Sorry about that. Don't you think my hair is looking great tonight? It's kind of sticking everywhere. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Had a bunch of doctor's appointments today, but got through those. So here I am. I wanted to say thank you all very much for supporting the channel and being here. And I wanted to do day 9 of the Tupac trial. This clip lasts about 2 hours. Dwayne Keefe D decided that he is not testifying in his own trial. So I found that really interesting today. So I guess they only have 3 more with I think they're going to call 3 more officers from Las Vegas, and then they're going to go into closing arguments. So it's quite. You're laughing at my hair, Mustang. I'm sorry. I'm telling you, it's after that haircut, it just kind of goes everywhere and does its own thing. But one of these days, I'll get myself together, I guess. One of these days. At least my son isn't embarrassed to be with me, so that's good. He ran me everywhere today. Oh, thank you so much for that, honey. And I just appreciate everybody being here, Mustang. And there's a couple other people here that are not on chat. And I'm going to go ahead and play that video periodically. I'll come in and say something or talk about something in the video. But I just found that I need to go ahead and finish the days that I was supposed to cover this. So I wanted to do that. And if nothing else, I wanted to show it on here. I hope you guys are having a great Thursday evening. Some of you guys, it's already Friday, and I hope you have a really wonderful weekend this weekend. And adventures with Bob Cobb. Hi, hi, Bob Cobb. Nice to see you. So we're gonna go ahead and let's see. I'm gonna try to get into those proceedings so we can hear what happened today. If you're interested, I'd love for you to stay and hear it. Okay. Looks like we're waiting for this judge to come in right now. And let's see. Seems like it takes an awful long time for her to get in there. Hi, just Jaylene. Hi, Nanette. Okay, why does it always take this gal? Seems like it takes her so long to get in the courtroom. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hi, Garden Steak. Hi, Laura Draves. Hi, everybody. Hi, just Jaylene. Hugs to everybody out there right now. Hugs to all of you. And much love to all of you. I had great doctor's appointments today, so that was a very good thing. And my son, he did really good taking me, so he got to get his few little words in today and talk to them a little bit. So that was really cool. I'm glad that he was able to do that because I know he's been wanting to. So, and I usually don't bother. I don't bug him. I just figure whenever he wants to do it. You deleted your other one? Okay, so this is your one now. Okay. Where is this lady? Come on. I watched it. Where is she? Give me 1 second, you guys. Let me see if I can see. We're just going to make it go a little bit faster. We're just not going to do all that waiting. Come on. I thought this was for sure the one for us today, from what I saw, but maybe it's not. I hope it isn't. Let's see. I hope it isn't lunchtime. That'd be really great. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's see. Huh. Is this the one that's just gonna spin? And some really weird videos. I hope you guys can hear me okay. See, I don't think this one's gonna work, so let's try this one. I had a bunch of different ones up just to see which one was gonna work. Okay, let's try it this way. Huh. This is just something else here. That I had this all ready today. Okie dokie. I guess I didn't have it ready, or I'm having a hard time with the doggone thing. Something. Day 9. Here's this one. Let's see if I can get this one to go. Okay, this is the one that's not gonna go. Okay, let's go right here. Okay. I think I might got it now. Let's see. Hopefully. Okay, let's see. Let's see how well this works. Thanks, you guys, for your patience, too. I had thought I had it set up, but I guess I didn't. Let's just go up. It's right about here. Okay.
Back on record. This is going to be C377407. We are now into defense case. Defense has a couple witnesses to get through. State has some rebuttal witnesses on deck in case they decide
Hi,
they
Kim
want to call them.
Wells. Hi, Chad.
Anything we need to address outside the presence?
How you guys?
Okay, let's bring the jury in.
You don't want the one on me? Take it off. Take the one off. Put something else on there.
I need to get out of these flash drives from the last holidays. That'd be a good idea. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Nanette.
Which one calls first?
Stand for the jury.
Hi, Brenda Walsh. Very blessed. Hi. Hi, everybody. I hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. Good to see everybody.
The party stipulates the presence of the jury. You may be seated.
Make sure.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now into the defense case in chief. Mr. Stamp, who will be your first witness?
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to call Stan Height. Stan?
Okay.
Why didn't this guy? Why didn't he speak for himself?
Shall be the truth, the whole
It's
truth, and
strange.
nothing but the truth, so help you God. You may be seated.
Seems very strange, you guys.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Stan Height, H-Y-T.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
Sir, I'm turning your attention back to the year of 1996.
Yes.
How were you employed?
I was with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was an officer working overtime on that date.
Okay, and when you say you were working overtime, how does that work exactly? Explain to the jury.
When there's certain special events, they ask people officers to sign and volunteer to work overtime assignments. They pay time and a half.
And you know what the reason was for the need for additional officers on this particular night?
It was a night that Mike Tyson was fighting. It was a collective of people getting together for partying. They wanted to keep the peace, basically, keep things civil.
Right, and with regards to those types of events back in the day when we had boxing as our main feature,
Right.
There's a couple of us in the audience that probably is unfamiliar with how Las Vegas was. Can you describe for us a little bit about the just overall amount of people coming to Las Vegas for something like a fight?
Well, Mike Tyson was a big name. Obviously, I'm sure most of you all know him. He was making like $30 million a fight. He was winning his fights within a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I think that particular night he did also. He won one of his fights, got paid big, and they were ready to party.
Now, and just to be fair, your role was not to deal with the Mike Tyson fight.
No, it was the Sugar Night event. Yeah.
So you were, and just explain a little bit for the jury, what were your role that night? What were you supposed to be doing?
Basically, just keep the peace, make sure there was no fights, no shootings, nobody get killed type thing.
Okay.
That was basically our,
And when you say you were there to make sure to keep the peace, where exactly were you?
at Suge Knight's residence, there were several of us hired to do this assignment.
I'm now going to show you what's been marked and admitted
Yeah, well, admitted by stipulation, Judge.
by stipulation. Looks like defense BBB, defense AAA, defense YY. May I approach her?
Okay, those may be admitted.
Thank you. Just take a look at these until we recognize them.
Yes, that's the area that we were assigned, right?
You
I
have
see
to
it. Okay, yeah.
And then just look at this one as well.
It's the same one. And that's an extended view of it, yeah.
May I approach you, Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as defense exhibit YY. This, can you explain to the jury what this image is here?
This is a neighborhood involved, the green area, the park area up above would be,
So what you can do, sir, because we don't have a way for you to
Okay.
do that. First and foremost, is this an overall view of the Las Vegas Strip? Looks like an airport and a few other things.
yes.
Okay. You could actually step down off
Okay.
chair one and just point to an area that we're talking about. But before you do that, I'm going to show you what's been marked and admitted already as defense exhibit AAA. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain to the jury what this photograph is?
That's the area of the, I think it's Sierra Rancho Estates, where Suge Knight lived.
Okay. So up over here, just for the jury's edification, what would this be?
That's just a desert area.
Okay. Are you sure that's not the airport?
Is it? I don't see any runways, but
Okay.
I'm gonna have to take your word on that one.
That's fine.
Okay.
Down over here, do you recognize what this is here?
It's a golf area. Uh-oh.
You can get a little closer if you want to that screen if it helps you with your vision.
You know, this is 20 years ago, and
I know.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. It's almost 30 actually.
Basically, it's just Sunset Park, the whole, that's all.
All right. If you could just help us out real quick and just point to the general area in which you were assigned that particular night.
Okay, I believe it was, you know, I can't with any certainty, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So what we're looking at
You
here.
know, it was adjacent to the park, I just don't, I'm not getting the, it's been too long for me.
Okay. You can guys just sit down for that. Don't worry about that.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. It's been 30 years. Now, let me ask you this, though. Fair enough to say, as a police officer, if you are called to testify, God forbid, 30 years after an event occurs, what would be the material you would use to help protect
My officer's report at the time.
Right. And with regard to these officers' reports, for instance, critical piece of your tool set as a police officer?
Very critical.
So like in this case there, and you don't remember 30 years later certain things? Yes?
Right.
Okay.
I've really never patrolled that area. That was just an assignment for that one night for me.
Sure.
I've always been in the Northwest, so
No
I
worries.
wish I could have identified Suge Knight's residence better.
Now, in this particular regard, I'm going to turn your attention to the Suge Knight residence. Can you tell us what you actually did at the residence?
I was with another officer and we were at a gate and we basically stayed at the gate while an entourage of vehicles came through. Approximately 15 vehicles came through and the last one being Suge Knight's.
Okay, now with regard to the entourage of vehicles, where did they go?
In through the gate. I never went in through the gate, so I didn't see
Not
whether or
Suge
not they
Knight,
entered the gate.
it's Suge Knight.
And with regard to the vehicles that went in, did you recognize or give note of any of the vehicles that were in there?
The last one was Suge Knight's, it was a cream colored Cadillac.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I just want to make sure, the last one that you had was a cream colored Cadillac?
Yes.
And why do you remember that vehicle?
Just pointed out to me at the time. It was occupied by two black males.
Okay.
And I didn't know Suge Knight at the time. I was kind of, interested in, looking for Tyson at the time. And they just pointed that vehicle out to me as Suge Knight's.
Yeah. And fair to say, though, that sometime in the future, you were asked to obviously write a report on that particular issue.
Yes.
That was your officer's report.
Yes,
And in that officer's report, did you include the mention of a cream-colored Cadillac with two black male adults in it?
I did.
Now, after your view of the Cadillacs going into the residence, how long after that did the shooting of Tupac Shakur occur?
It's probably half an hour later that they came out. And it was probably 10 minutes later, Mike Tyson actually entered. It's probably another 10 minutes after he came out again. And it was probably 10 minutes after that the shooting took place.
Okay, and just for the jury's edification, when you say Mike Tyson entered, meaning he came into the residence?
He came in, but not with the entourage of the first 15. First 15 vehicles went into the gate. They all came out again. Mike Tyson went in the gate. He came out, and then we left. And at that point, maybe it was approximately 10 o'clock, I think the shooting took place.
Okay. Sir, I have no further questions of you. Thank you.
Okay.
Hang on. Hang on, Mr. Height. They might be cross.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. DiGiacomo, do you have any cross?
Very little. Officer Height,
Yes.
if you could explain to ladies and gentlemen.
He's ready to go home. He
Officers
wants
at
to
the
get
Las
up and
Vegas
out of there.
Metropolitan Police Department want to work overtime, they can sign up for special events, and then the police department assigns you where to go for that particular event.
Yes.
And usually that works by a business or a lawyer or something setting up with the sheriff or one of the sheriff's employees a special request for, hey, I want officers for this particular event.
We have a special event. We had a special events section of the police department that businesses that would promote events would contact, and they would ask how many, they would ask how many officers they need, and officers would be called, and then we would show up at the assigned locations.
And so on this particular night, it was Metro that assigned you to this location in order to keep the peace for whatever reason.
Yes.
You indicated that you were mainly at the guard gate,
Yes.
and you saw a sequencing of events that occurred at the guard gate.
Yes.
At some point after the homicide,
Thank you, Lowe's. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. You Mustang. Okay, I will. If you don't like that one, you should be able to change it, Jalen. Thank you guys very much. Thank you for those super chats. Thank you, Lowe's. Thank you, Mustang. That was very kind of you both. And I will do it right now, Jalen. Hey, Jaylene, I'm just checking right now. I saw the first part though. Oh my gosh, she's so cute. What a cutie poo. Cute. You can't hear it? Uh-oh. What did I do wrong?
Z.
How's that? Good? Sorry about that. They just went back.
That one's not admitted
Is
yet.
that good, you guys? I hope so.
This is Defense Exhibit YY, Defense Exhibit AAA, and Defense Exhibit EDD. Just this one. When you're done.
Thank you.
Okay,
You recognize those aerial photographs?
yes,
Let me just go ahead and say that they've been admitted ready by a stipulation between the parties. I'm going to just put this up on the screen for everyone to see.
okay.
So with regards to the first photograph here, which would be the first aerial view here, this would be Defense Exhibit YY. You recognize this?
I told him it wasn't me.
Yes,
Now, just a general idea though, what is this a image of?
it's an aerial view of the gated community where Suge Knight lives,
Okay.
of Tamiyasu.
All right, and just because of the fact that we're looking at an overall aerial view, it looks like it's Las Vegas.
Yes.
Can you step down and just point to the jury where on this photograph is the location of Suge Knight's house?
On this,
Yeah, you just step down. Thank you, sir.
this was a gate. Suge Knight's house was just about next door to the gate.
Okay, so just for our edification though, it looks like there is a, would that be an airport that's right there to the left?
Yes, it's Harry B. Airport.
Okay, and the major cross streets that would be the area which we're talking about here, would that be what, Sunset and Eastern?
Mm-hmm.
Tamiyasu runs the Sunset,
Mm-hmm.
and Eastern is
Mm-hmm.
to this direction.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you now what's been marked and admitted as Defense Exhibit AAA. Is this a closer image of the area that we're talking about?
Yes.
All right, can you point to the jury where that area is?
Sunset Park. This would be This is Suge Knight's area here. That should be Tomiyasu.
Okay. And then just one final image here. I'm showing you what's been admitted to by stipulation, ZZ. Can you describe or tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Mr. Smith, this
This is
isn't
the-
admitted.
Tomiyasu.
I'm sorry.
Up to,
Sir, Mr. Mayor, hold on for a quick second.
Because I apologize. Mr. Sampson and I stipulated to all of these maps. I think maybe he didn't make the best record about that. So, but all of the maps that he has, we agreed to by stipulation.
Okay,
Sorry,
it's admitted via stipulation. Go ahead.
thank you. And that's ZZ. Go ahead, sir.
yes, this would be Tomiyasu. And Suge Knight's house would have been just on the north of the main gate that we were working that night.
Okay, and that's all we need for you for that purpose. Now, in terms of what your job was that night, what were you assigned to do?
Apparently, there had been other parties following Mike Tyson fights at Suge's house, and the HOA or association had some issues with the number of people and the number of uninvited guests that showed up, and they wanted to have some police officers there to help keep the peace.
All right, and can you tell us what you were wearing on that particular night?
I was wearing a uniform,
All right.
police uniform.
And when you were there, were you able to notice any of the traffic of vehicles going in and out of the residence area?
Yes.
Can you describe for us any of the vehicles that had either gone in or out of the resident area?
Yes. At approximately
Wow.
about 10:15, Suge Knight driving a BMW, blue BMW, with Tupac in the passenger seat, came to the gate, and followed by, I believe, probably 5 or 6 other vehicles in line, which I described in my OR report.
Okay. Now, just to make sure I'm clear with the R report, you don't have to do that right now, but with regards to your R report, is that something that you do as a police officer, is write a report?
Yes.
Now, in this case, obviously, you're just helping with potentially a party that takes place. There's no party that takes place, right?
No.
Were you asked by anyone to write a officer's report after your time working on this particular night?
Yes, I was. I don't recall who that was. So, yeah.
That's fine. And so the officer's report you wrote, fair to say that that's something that you have done throughout your career as a police officer?
Absolutely.
And what's the reason for an officer's report?
Documentation, so that in the future you have something to go on if need be.
Now, with regards to your recollection for that night, did you, what were the other vehicles that you remember entering into the residence area of Suge Knight and leaving the area of Suge Knight's residence?
Well, Suge and Tupac were there approximately 30 minutes, and they exited back out, followed by a cream-colored Cadillac, compact vehicle that was occupied by 4 females, and a few other vehicles that I had referred to my office report on. But later on, following the time that Tupac and Suge left, Mike Tyson showed up as a passenger in a Bentley, followed by another Bentley that I believe was Don King's son. And we informed them that Suge Knight had told us that the party was no longer going to happen.
I see.
And then they turned around and left.
I see. And then your report was written. How long after the event that occurred that you're telling us did you write your report?
It's dated the 19th of that month.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Mr. DiGiacomo, you may cross.
Lieutenant, you wrote this report at the direction of homicide?
I'm not sure. It might have been the PIO's office or someone investigating the case.
On the second page of your report, it shows this was copied to Detective Brent Becker, P number 2838/homicide. So
Okay.
this would have been something that you would have sent to homicide to let them know this information.
Yes.
Now, in looking at your report, you indicate that, would you agree with me that at 21:30 hours, it's you and Officer Quick that are actually at the residence of Mr. Knight talking to somebody there, and Mr. Knight's not home?
No.
Then you say at 2200 hours, Officer Schmidt and Height were at the guard gate
Yes.
when the cars came in.
When they started coming, yes.
And then at 22:15 hours or 20 hours is when you arrive at the gate.
Yes. Approximately, yes.
And at 22:30 hours is where Suge Knight driving a black BMW with Tupac Shakur in the driver's seat, followed by the rest of the caravan, leave the residence.
Yes.
Now, what you received today, I believe you have there, is a two-page report. Mine's a lot, has a bunch of attachments to it, so I just want to show you.
No.
So that appears to be your two-page report.
That's the officer's report.
There you go, look at the front. Is that your officer's report?
Yes.
Okay. And then behind it has basically all the various special assignments going on that night in the valley. You need your glasses to look at that.
Yeah, I hadn't seen this.
All right.
Okay.
And that's just Metro kept record of all the various special events that evening and who was assigned where in case we need to
Correct.
look into that later.
Correct, yeah.
And then after that, there appears to be the gate log with the plate numbers of all the vehicles that were going in and out of that particular gate.
Okay.
Does that look accurate?
I haven't seen it. I've never seen it.
By looking at that, does this suggest to you that Metro Homicide in 1996 followed this lead and followed up on it?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, as to leading.
For cross-examination.
Oh, yeah, you're on cross.
I'm on cross.
Sorry, this is weird.
Overruled.
Thank you, I have nothing. Oh, and when that white Cadillac left that guard gate, it was occupied by two black males as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Sant, anything further on your redraft?
Yes, Your Honor, just with regard to the last question that was asked by Mr. DiGiacomo, sir. He says that it was a white Cadillac. It was either white or cream, as far as you know. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
That's what you wrote in your report.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right, anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
On cross. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? We may have one.
Hi, Janice, Brielle. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Welcome. They like to do that, you know, put things on silent when they're doing that side, all that side talking. But thank you very much, Janice, for being here, and thank you to the rest of you for being here. Thank you all very, very much.
A question from one of our jurors. Could you say what model of caddy?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Sant?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. DiGiacomo?
No, no.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense would like to call Dan Long to the stand.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Dan Long, DANLONG.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Sand.
Thank you. Mr. Long, taking your attention back 30 years to September of 1996. How were you employed?
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And at the time, what was your assignment?
I was a detective in gang crimes.
All right. Do you recall the night of September 7th, 1996?
I do.
What were you doing at that particular time?
I was on a gang enforcement team, and we had stopped a bunch of juvenile males about a block, more than a block, to the east and to the south. We had been requested to patrol that area because there had been some incidents, and they wanted to know if these were gang members. We had stopped them. We were talking to them. They were not gang members. And then we heard a volley of gunshots.
Okay, and when you say to the east and south, where exactly to the east and south are we talking about?
I'm sorry, Koval and Flamingo. We are one block to the east, and we were on a side street to the south. That area doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. Showing you a map here, an aerial photograph. This is Defense Exhibit YY. Do you recognize this map or this aerial photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what is this of?
It's Flamingo and Sandhill. Flamingo and Koval is where the shooting occurs. The airport's right to the south. Carriage House is just to the south of where the shooting occurs. And we were, if you zoom in, I could show you where we were.
Here's what we'll do. If you could just step out of your chair, just get out next to the screen. I'm gonna get this a little closer for everyone to see so we can figure out where you're at. Does this help?
All right. There's an area here that's been bulldozed. You can see where the streets and the alleys had been right here. There used to be an apartment complex right there. There was one alley, two streets, and the area command that had that area wanted us to check to see if these were gang members. We went in, we stopped some juvenile males. They were not gang members, they were just juvenile males. While we were standing there talking to these males, we heard a volley of gunshots. We didn't want to talk to these males anymore, so we jumped in our vehicles and we moved to the shooting scene.
Okay. And what you're pointing at for the jury, just for the record, is the intersection of Koval and Flamingo?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Now, fair to say, of course, you're there conducting your business as a member of the gang unit.
That's correct.
You weren't there for overflow or anything to do with special events?
No.
For the fight?
No.
Okay. Now, for some of us who weren't around during this time period, can you describe for us a little bit about the activity that was going on at the time in terms of the streets and people walking around when you heard the shots being fired?
It was packed. It was extremely, there was people everywhere, people walking, traffic was fully backed up. We had to get into the intersection, we had to use, we were in non-marked cars. So we were in plain cars. We moved into the intersection using red lights and sirens. We moved across, people were waving at us and pointing. There was a vehicle there that became of interest to us. Some girls had been shot at. While we had gotten out to talk to them and find out what was going on, we had no idea this was attached to anything. One of the guys on my team, Dino Kelly, found some cartridge cases in the street. So we started moving our vehicles in the area to block off traffic so they wouldn't get run over and putting up yellow tape.
Now, Once again, were you in charge of the investigation of either the shooting or the eventual homicide?
No.
All right, so at the time in 2000 or 1996, you were anything other than your gang unit detective?
Right. And at that time, we had found a shooting scene. We don't know what we have. So we're just securing the scene in case there are victims. And then we would find out what was going on.
At some point in the future, though, as you progress in your career, did you ever at any point leave the gang unit?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
In 2000, I was invited to test to go into homicide. I then tested for homicide and went into homicide.
And what year was that?
2000.
Now, during the time that you were in homicide, that would have been from 2000 to roughly when?
I retired from the department in 2017.
So you spent 17 years in homicide?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during the time period that you were in homicide, were you ever assigned the case involving the Tupac murder?
Yes.
You hesitate a little bit, I just want to make sure. You were given the assignment at some point?
Yes, I was. 2004, my sergeant, Kevin Manning, handed me the file and said I would follow up any further leads.
All right, and can you explain to us a little bit about how that works? You're a detective. The file had been with somebody else prior, Detective Becker.
Yeah, Detective Becker and Detective Mike Franks.
And now you have the file. So
Yes.
what do you do as a detective when you're handed a file that's already been worked on?
You read it. You read it. I went through the pictures. I then discussed it with my sergeant. I went down to California. There was a lot in that file, and I didn't know Compton very well. I didn't know Compton at all. So I went down. I had ridden in the gang unit with gang detectives, and I knew them still. So I called and said, "Can you take me around and show me these things?" So we drove around Compton. They showed me houses where the Compton Crips lived. They showed me where Orlando Anderson died. They showed me a lot of different things. And Compton was very small, but it was very impacted with gangs.
Now, during this time period, can you describe for us a little bit about was there still an interest in the murder of Tupac at the time that you took over the case? Meaning, was there media attention? Maybe not to the level it was in the beginning, but was there still issues with regards to access to the file?
Yes, there was.
And
Now I know where you're going.
yeah, and what I mean by that initially is that even in Metro, was there any concerns on your part about unauthorized access to the file?
Not by me. I wasn't concerned, but my lieutenant had become concerned and wanted to sequester the file away from everybody else because there was a lot of people going in and looking. Very, very famous person.
And with regards to the going in and looking, can you describe to the jury what type of activity we're talking about here in terms of going in and looking?
I didn't do any investigation in this, but my lieutenant told me that people had been going in and being curious, looking at the file.
Did you at any point, was there any measures that was taken to preserve the safety and security of that file?
Yes.
What were those measures?
They locked down the file itself, which was the hard copy of the file. We used to, at that time, we were on a computer drive called the F drive, which turned out to be too small. And they later moved it to another drive because homicide just kept growing. So they changed the way I did my reports. I would hand them in and they were secure.
Okay. Now, we talk a little bit about reports. What reports are we talking about here?
The one that popped into my mind, the very first one, there was supposedly, this was an anonymous tip that there was a rolling 60 apartment over on Reno that was slinging drugs, and that the people that shot Tupac had driven up to this apartment and handed the gun off for drugs. I then attempted to locate, usually gangs are going to rent an apartment, they're going to rent it in a girl's name. So I was looking, and I'm talking 8 years after the fact. I'm talking about trying to find an apartment rented by a girl that has association with the Rolling 60s. I never found it. So I couldn't track down the 60s that may have the gun that would be attached to the killing of Tupac.
I see. And during the time that you were performing your duties as the detective on this particular file, did you ever keep your own officer's reports?
Yes.
And just explain for us a little bit about your, common course of how you would do that.
An officer's report is like who, what, when, where, why. So you say that there was an anonymous tip. Let's just talk about this tip. Anonymous tip at this date. I did these phone calls, met with this apartment complex, and couldn't locate anybody that was attached to the Rolling 60s in any fashion. So it literally would be an officer's report that's maybe a paragraph. There was another tip that the gun had been dropped from the shooting vehicle that went back to California that night, and it was on the side of the road. Ridiculous. But 8 years later, we went out and we walked that section of the freeway, both sides, looking for a gun. We didn't find one. That officer's report was about a sentence. And those kind of things, those kind of things are the things that we were trying to run down.
All right. And so in terms of officer reports, fair to say that there would be a lot of officer reports of your efforts in this particular investigation.
Those officers' reports don't exist anymore that I could find.
Okay. And why is that?
From what I was told was when we moved from the F drive to the H drive, those reports had to be scanned, and at some process they were lost.
So what we're relying on, clearly, it would be your recollection of what you remember from that time period.
Correct.
Okay. And once again, if you don't remember, you don't remember.
Okay.
Okay. Now, at some point, though, you have an opportunity to interact with law enforcement officers in Compton. Or is it, no, I'm sorry, at that particular point, it would have been the sheriff's department, LA Sheriff's.
Yes, I usually went directly to LAPD, but yes, the sheriff's office also.
LAPD. Can you tell us a little bit about any interaction you might have had with them, specifically about a firearm?
You're talking about the 06?
Yes.
Yeah. I received a phone call from the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department saying that there was a gun recovered by Compton PD in 1998. The yard of 1301 Sloan, which is inside the Compton area, the Compton Crips area, I should say. And they believe that this gun was supposedly buried in the backyard, and it was turned over to the Compton Police Department. The Compton Police Department dissolved. And so the Sheriff's Department was starting to run all these guns through ATF and ballistics. And they believe this may be the gun that we were looking for. They were fairly adamant that this was the gun that we were looking for, that was the murder weapon of Tupac. I then made a drive to LA with my sergeant. We picked up the gun. They had it in a evidence box. I signed a receipt to them that they kept. I then drove the gun back to Las Vegas, drove it directly to our ballistics lab, and I turned the gun over to Jim Krylo. I then filled out a request to have that ballistics tested against the gun that was used to kill Tupac. Before I managed to drive back to the office, I received a phone call and they told me it was not the gun. I told him that he wanted me to come back and impound it and put it into our evidence vault. I told him I'd come back in the morning and I would pick up the gun and I would take it back to LA because it may be of interest to LA in another crime.
Okay. And outside of that particular incident, were there any other instances where you found what potentially could be the gun in this situation and had it tested?
Myself, no, but there were thousands of guns that were tested.
And as far as you know, as the responsible detective at that time, were any of those thousands of guns come back with a hit or match to the spent cartridge casings that we found in the scene?
No.
Now, in addition to that, at some point in the future, you travel to California again to conduct an interview.
Yes, sir.
That would have been in 2009.
Correct.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about who was there in that interview?
Sure. Myself and my lieutenant, Lou Roberts, made a drive after I received a phone call saying that there's somebody that wanted to give information about Tupac and Tupac's murder. We then drove down on the morning of September 9th. They wanted us to meet them at the HIDA office, which is at 1340 West 6th Street in LA, which is about 6 blocks from Plaza One. We met them there. I would then met Detective Darren Dupree, and he told me that Dwayne Davis, also known as Keefe, was in the interview room. He had his attorney present, whose name was Wayne Higgins, and we were going to go in and he was going to give me information. And he further explained that Keefe had got caught with a large amount of narcotics and was trying to work off those charges.
Now, sir, and just to cut you off at that part, I apologize. But with regards to that information, at some point you conduct an interview in that room.
Yes, sir.
With Mr. Davis.
With Mr. Davis, with his attorney. My lieutenant didn't want to go in, so Darren Dupree agreed to go with me.
All right. And there was a recording. Did you record the meeting?
I did.
Okay. And is that just standard operating procedure for what you do as a detective?
Yes, I was told that they were going to record it also, but I wanted to record it myself. That way I have it in my hands.
Okay. And during the course of that meeting, you learned information, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell us a little bit about the interaction here? Were you ever asked to leave the room?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us why you were asked to leave the room?
Mr. Davis became very nervous. I was asking questions that he didn't feel comfortable with, which is to be expected. And he asked me to leave the room. He wanted to talk to his attorney and he wanted to talk to Detective Dupree. I then stepped out of the room for not very long, and then they asked me to come back in.
Was there ever a time that you left the room and was accompanied by Mr. Dupree and only had Mr. Higgins and Mr. Davis in the room by themselves?
I don't recall that.
So every time you left, Mr. Dupree was in the room with Mr. Higgins and Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, you were able to learn some information?
From Mr. Davis?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
When you came back, did you corroborate any of the information?
I tried.
Okay, and what did you do? What efforts did you make?
During the interview, Mr. Davis indicated first that Orlando Anderson, or Baby Lang, had been beat up at the MGM, which we all had video of. I think everybody on the planet has seen this video. He was complaining that his arm was either broken or out of socket. He first told me that they had gone back to California and had gone to the hospital in California. But he said they went to the hospital on Maryland Parkway, and the hospital on Maryland Parkway is Sunrise, and that he had gotten a sling for his arm. So I filled out a subpoena, and I wanted to know if Orlando had signed in, was examined in any fashion. And now we're talking, this is 2009. We're talking about somebody coming into the emergency room in 1996. So I didn't find anything. They couldn't apply, they couldn't give me anything with Orlando's name on it. We were looking into, there was a rented Cadillac, rented in Compton by a friend of the gang her name was, or her daughter's name. There was a woman by the name of Harris, and first name could have been Teresa, could have been Tessa. And again, we're talking multiple years later. But I called down trying to locate a Cadillac that was rented in 1996. They said it was a friend of the gang. So it's very possible that there was no paperwork on it. But we're going to try. I called multiple rent-a-car places because he couldn't remember which rent-a-car place it was. I never found anything connected to that date or those dates around that for a four-door white Cadillac of any kind.
Now, in addition to that, sir, did you ever run at some point any names to determine, sort of help you out with the landscape of who's who and what's what? For instance, did you ever run a name by the name of Darnell Brim?
Oh, you're talking about before the interview?
Yes.
When I received the call that we were going to go down and do an interview, I ran everybody that was in the file. And the purpose of that being is if I'm in the middle of an interview and he mentions somebody, I might have information, this person's in jail, this person's dead, this person's in prison. Those could be very useful to me in the middle of an interview. When I go into the interview, I'm going to be acting very non-informed. I don't know anything. Please tell me. So he's like, okay, we were going after we're talking about Pac. Okay, who's Pac? Well, Tupac Shakur. Okay, so I'm going to do that through the entire interview. But if I have more names and more information, I at least know what he's talking about so I can direct him in the right direction to give me a full name or a full description, whatever it may be. So I ran quite a few people before I went down there.
Okay. So at some point you leave that interview and you come back to Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
Were you ever aware that in 2008, Mr. Davis gave a proffer to the FBI, DEA, Compton PD, LAPD?
While I was there?
Yes.
No. I was told that he had been, Dwayne Davis was arrested on a major drug case, and he was facing the rest of his life in prison. He was trying to work that case off. So when I was sitting out there and I learned that he's sitting there with his attorney, I'm like, he's not going to tell me anything. And they're like, well, he's trying to work this off, and it's about Tupac. And I'm like, all right, let's try this. So we went in, but we finished. We made a drive over to Plaza One. Then we left. I received some phone calls at that point and received more information when we got back to Vegas that there could be possibly a proffer, which made no sense to me.
Now, just one final question for you, and it's unrelated to anything that we've asked so far.
Sure.
The question is this: are you aware of a program here in town called Barry's Boxing?
I've heard of it.
Okay. I have no further questions, John.
Mr. DeJoffrey.
Detective, how are you?
Good. How are you, Mark? I'm Mr. Giacomo.
You went to homicide in 2000, correct?
That's correct.
And Mike Franks and Brent Becker, well, I guess Mike probably retired before Brent left the unit, correct?
Well, he trained me for a while. Mike was preparing to retire, so the desk I was going to get was his. And I was trying to soak up as much as I could from him because he was a very, very senior detective. Him and Brent Becker were very, very good detectives, so I was trying to suck up as much as I could. That was the squad I was going to anyway.
And when Sergeant Manning hands you the Tupac file, you already had an understanding from Mike Franks and Brent Becker of who you thought was in the car.
Yes, sir.
And when Mr. Davis in 2009 tells you that, it's the same people.
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Sanft maybe missed one of your trips to Compton prior to, I guess, November of 2004 when he died. In early 2004, did you try and make contact with Big Dre Smith?
Yes.
And describe that for us.
I was with actually a gang squad, and this is during the time when you can read it all. You can read all this information, but it's better if you go down there and look at it. So I went down to look at it. They were taking me on a tour, most of Compton. They took me to the car wash where Orlando died, that kind of thing. While we were driving by the Emerson Elementary School, which is right in the center of the Compton Creek turf, some of the guys I was driving in the back seat and taking notes. They said, "There goes Big Dre, DeAndre Smith," which is somebody that's obviously in Brent Becker's files. And he was walking through the field, the grass field. So I was like, well, stop, let me talk to him. You gotta try. You know, I have no probable cause. I have no legal right to make a stop. I'm not even in my jurisdiction, but I can try. So I stepped out of the car and I said, Mr. Smith, I'm Detective Long from Las Vegas. And he said, F you and F off. He's not censoring what he said. And he just lumbers across the field. So I had no reason to stop him. So I just waited.
Now, in 2009, you wind up in a room with Mr. Davis, and your belief is he's trying to work off charges. What does that mean?
He's looking at the rest of his life in prison for what they had caught him with. So if he gives substantial information about cases, and that's what they had brought him in for, was to give information about cases. One of the cases was the Wallace case, Notorious B.I.G. During this part of it, he started telling them about Tupac, and this is in 2008, I believe. So that's what I was told.
But essentially, and I want to talk about specifically, what is just working off your charges? Does Metro have certain rules, let me ask you, about working off charges and how you work off charges?
Yes. And a non-victim crime, you can work off charges. You can't work off a murder. You can't work off a sexual assault. Those are victim crimes. If you have a victim, you can't work off those charges. But if you have something else, that like a lot of drugs, you could work off maybe the amount of years you're going to do by giving substantial case information on other cases. So that's what I believe that Mr. Davis and his attorney were trying to do, was to knock off a certain amount of time off of what he was going to spend in prison.
And you know, or at least you believe, you'd agree with me, that Mr. Davis was a suspect in your homicide, not a witness.
Yes, sir.
And by the end of that interview, what is your intent?
My intent was to drive back to Las Vegas, type up a warrant for an arrest, clear it with the district attorney, and have Mr. Davis arrested for murder.
Now, at that point, did you and members of my team have an opportunity to actually listen to the recording?
Yes, sir.
And we heard the section where you're not in the room, correct?
That's correct.
And then, so did we give you some direction?
Yes. So this is several weeks after I'd come back. I met with, this is several weeks after I'd come back from California with the recording. So we brought the recording and the transcription over. The DA reviewed it, and they invited me over, and they told me that they were not going to go forward with prosecution at that time because they're.
Let me ask
a lot of complications.
Let me ask it this way. Were you directed to find out the circumstances of why it was that a suspect in our homicide was in a room with his lawyer and a task force officer having that conversation.
Yes, sir.
And at this point, you've been told there might be a proffer somewhere out there in 2008.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And proffers are between lawyers and sovereigns, correct?
That's correct.
So it's either got to be the U.S. Attorney's Office or the Los Angeles District Attorney's Office, but it certainly wasn't the state of Nevada or the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
That's correct.
And did you make efforts to find out from Wayne Higgins what the nature of that agreement was between him and some other sovereign?
Yes, Mr. Higgins as well as others. Yes,
And you would agree with me that Mr. Higgins wouldn't return our calls.
that's correct.
Did you attempt to contact U.S. Attorney Seawright?
Yes,
And you would agree with me, Mr. U.S. Attorney Seawright, at least at that time, would not return our calls.
correct. Would not speak to me.
And by the time, well, let me ask you this. Based upon that situation, did you get directed to reach out to Darren Dupree to see if we could get leverage on the driver, Terrence Brown?
Yes, I did reach out to Detective Dupree and Clarence Brown is a gangster operating in Compton, California. So he's going to be committing crimes. I asked him if he gets arrested for whatever reason to give me a call, and I want to come down and talk to him. Yeah.
And ultimately, that never happens. You never get a phone call saying, hey, we got Bubble Up in custody. Come down here. Let's interview Bubble Up.
Correct. Bubble Up is the street name for Mr. Brown.
And so by the time you retire in 2017, we have no statement from Bubble Up.
No.
And we still don't know the circumstances surrounding why those three people were in a room talking to you.
No, I believed I did at that time, but obviously I didn't.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redraft.
Sir, can you tell us who from the district attorney's office you were speaking to during that time period?
Mostly it would be Pam Weckerly.
Who was the other United States or the district attorney as well besides Pam Merkley?
The entire MVU.
Was Mr. Gerard DeGiacomo one of those individuals?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the time, who was the elected district attorney? Was it?
Mr. Wilson.
Was it Steve Wilson?
Yes.
Now, not David Roger?
No, I don't believe he was there anymore.
All right. Now, your testimony here is that you had every intention when you came back to charge the case.
Yes, sir.
And when you came back, you reached out to the district attorney's office and you said, hey, we think we should charge this case.
Yes.
And they did not immediately give you a response as to what they were going to do.
No, they told me to stand down and they were going to review it. I got the information to them as quickly as I could. It had to be typed up by one of our secretaries, but I did make sure they got the audio as quick as they could. There was plenty of probable cause to arrest for murder.
Sure. Now, just for the jury's edification, probable cause is not beyond reasonable doubt, fair?
I'd say that again. I'm sorry.
Probable cause is not beyond reasonable doubt, right?
No, that's what we do here.
That's correct. And in terms of the information that you had learned at the time that you met with Mr. Davis, did you verify any of that information?
Let's say it again. I'm sorry.
Did you verify any of the information in that recording in 2009 that Mr. Davis said?
I wasn't able to.
And once again, verification meaning corroboration, right?
That's correct.
In fact, I think on the recording, you had told Mr. Davis a couple of times, look, even though what you're telling me you might say is the truth, I still need to corroborate this information.
That's correct.
And that would have been your standard operating procedure with anyone telling you anything.
That's correct.
So for instance, as you're sitting here right now, do you have any,
I'm going to object to leading. It's his witness.
I'm sorry, I'm so used
It's
to
hard,
it.
I know.
Let me ask it this way.
You're gonna rephrase.
Yes, I'll rephrase. Did you make, was there any information did you ever receive about whether or not Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas in September of 1996.
Well, objection leading.
He can say yes or no. Overrule.
Did I?
And did you ever have, when you reviewed the file in this case, were there any people calling in saying that they did it? They did the murder?
Sure.
I mean, can you give us a number or an amount?
There was a lot. There was quite a few. I mean, I had information that Bill Clinton had him killed. I mean, no, he did not follow up. There was a lot of calls, a lot of people claiming to have been involved. No.
Yeah. And fair to say,
Most
though,
of the time they couldn't get any of the information correct.
right. And so when you're determining, for instance, a confession, what are you looking for? Like, if someone says, I confess to this, what information do you use to determine whether it's correct or not?
They're like, what kind of vehicle were you in? How did the shooting occur? What kind of firearm was it? Where did you go from there? What preceded it? How did you, all of it. I mean, anything that you can find as in facts, you want to connect to them. I'm behind the 8 ball because I'm 15 years after the fact or 14 years after the fact trying to corroborate different things. But I mean, I made the attempts.
And with regard to the information that we're talking about here, was any of the information you're sharing with us already available to the public?
I don't know. I'm sure there was information that's out there. I mean, there was so much interest in the case. I'm sure there was.
Now, just finally, in terms of your reaching out to people, Mr. Seawright, who was he?
The Attorney General of California.
And the district attorney's office requested that you reach out to the Attorney General of California?
They were going to do it. I was going to do it. Whoever could do it, which could be great.
And then in terms of the other people, Mr. Dupree or Detective Dupree, when was the first time you ever met Mr. Dupree or Detective Dupree? I apologize.
I'm not positive.
Was it in the meeting at 2009?
No, I met him before that.
Can you give us sort of an estimation as to when that was?
A couple of years before. I think it had to do with one of the gun trip. I think is when I met him.
And just for my identification with that gun, was it a real gun?
Yeah, Glock 40. There's a lot of Glock 40s out there. I had no idea there was that many.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, sir.
Real briefly. Well, Mr. Sam said, were you able to corroborate information that Mr. Davis gave you? You're talking about information you didn't already know, correct?
Correct.
There was a substantial amount of information in this file that Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Mr. Anderson, and Mr. Smith were in the car the night when the murder occurred.
Yes. The way I took when he asked me that is, did I do cooperation? Brent Becker and Mike Franks, the original detectives, corroborated a lot of different things. I didn't specifically go back in time and do what they did.
You were relying upon the information they already had. So when Mr. Davis is telling you this story, it's not like the crazies that are calling saying, I killed Tupac or Tupac's still alive or all any of that stuff.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Any redirect? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for Detective Long? If you have a few.
Hi, you guys. I just wanted to say hi and hope everything's going good. It's just amazing to me that I just can't get over the fact that he'd rather take, talking about Keefe D, he'd rather take what they're going to give him and take the chance on these people than try to defend his life. Or like I asked before, do you think that he's scared that he would say too much? That's the only thing I can really think of, is that he has either been threatened. These are just my opinions, but he's either been threatened, warned, or he's just older and he's taking a chance, I guess. I'm not sure. If I was in his position, would I not want to be on the stand to defend myself? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, we have one more question.
That's what I'm thinking. There has to be some kind of fear there. You're absolutely right, Jalen. Has to be some type of a fear there, because when I watched the thing with Suge and I watched the other one, Suge said both.
When your lieutenant said too many people were going into the Tupac murder file, what did they mean?
Yeah, good question. Officers were curious, and they would go in and see what was in there, because there was a lot of stuff in social media. So they were going in to look and read. So he decided that wasn't going to happen anymore, because the information could get out. So he locked it down.
Were you the only one assigned to Tupac's case?
In 2004, Sergeant Manning handed me the case to do any follow-up. There was a full squad I was on, 6 detectives and a sergeant. All of them were available to help. And we had some very experienced, very talented detectives on the squad. So I would lean on them. Everybody's curious, why would they hand the case to a rookie? But I had access to some very, very experienced, excellent detectives.
Were you able to interview everyone who occupied the cream or white Cadillac? Or is alleged to?
No, I tried to talk to Big Gray, DeAndre Smith. He died that same year. Orlando died in 1998 in a shootout at a car wash. And Mr. Brown died in, I believe it was 2015.
Did you ever interview Suge Knight about the shooting during the interview process?
I tried. I had a partner that had played football with him and knew him very, very well. And I was complaining that I could never even talk to Suge on the phone. So my partner says, "Oh, I can make a phone call. We can have it right now." And he made a phone call, talked to Suge, and Suge hung up on him. So it was same old same.
Do you know which arm was hurt, right or left arm, for Orlando Anderson?
No, I do not. Sorry.
Were you able to verify and confirm Mr. Davis was actually in the white Cadillac the night of Tupac's murder? Yes, that's the question. Sorry, the handwriting.
I'm sorry, can you read it again?
Yeah. Were you able to verify and confirm Mr. Davis was actually in the white Cadillac the night of Tupac's murder?
By Mr. Davis telling me that he was in the white Cadillac on the night of the murder. And that the shooting came from that same white Cadillac.
Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Sift?
But no actual facts outside of what Mr. Davis told you.
No.
No further questions, Doctor.
Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
All right, you are excused. Thanks, Detective Long.
Thank you. The fireworks this time.
Mr. Sampt, any additional witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
Do you rest?
We do, Your Honor.
State any rebuttal witnesses.
No, Your Honor.
So not reopened your case. Okay, so at this time, the presentation of the evidence in this case is closed. What we have to do amongst ourselves is settle the law that applies to this case. And we are going to have everyone back on Monday at 9 a.m. for closing arguments. Please, during the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected to this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, the internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until it is submitted to you. Please rise for the jury, everyone. All right, the jury is exited. You can be seated. Scheduling wise, what remains to be done is jury instructions being settled. What time do we want to do those tomorrow? I was leaving that up to defense because there were some obligations that they had.
We're still at 9 o'clock.
Does 9 o'clock work better for you? We'll do tomorrow at 9 then?
Yes.
And I think we should be done by the time that you need. And Mr. Davis, do you want to be present to settle jury instructions? It's up to you. It's kind of like legal arguments. If you want to be here, we'd be happy to have you. If you don't want to be here, you don't have to. You want to waive your appearance for that? Okay. So I'll then just see the attorneys back 9 a.m. tomorrow. It's not presentation of evidence. It's just settling the jury instructions. Should be pretty quick. And then the next big thing for everyone watching at home is going to be closings 9 a.m. on Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we'll see everyone back 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Thank you.
I think I'll have.
Wow. Wow, you guys. Wow. This is going to end up very odd at the end of this. I just have this strange feeling that it's going to be something that we're like expecting, but something we're not expecting at the same time. So I think that could happen. That's an old time rapper there that just went under there. That was friends with all of them. Wow, that's just crazy to me, you guys. I just can't get over the fact that this guy is he's not gonna defend himself. Maybe I know that they have that saying about, what is it? Kind of like yes, man, that's so true. He's not happy at all. You are so right. And with Suge, the thing about it is, with Suge too, it's like you have to kind of figure too, they were going through this weird East Coast, West Coast thing. Here. Let me I'm going to put this out. If you want to come on up, Jaylene, or anybody for a minute, you are certainly welcome. There's the stream right there. Nanette, you're welcome to come on up. Jaylene, you're welcome to come on up. This is the possibility of cross-examination, which defense has said, Nikki. I know. They don't want to. So they're maybe thinking that he's going to get a limited amount of time due to the age of the crime. Some of the holes still in the darn crime. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's the most bizarre thing as far as that goes, because 30 years ago, the man has been sitting in Clark County for almost 2 years. I think around 2 years. So he's actually been in, they got him on a street. I want to say he was coming out of his house, him and a girlfriend, or he was coming out of one of his children's houses in Las Vegas. And I think he had been staying there kind of under the, under the radar, so to speak. And he was going somewhere and they caught him coming out of the house. And there was undercover out on the street waiting. So, oh, good. Jillian's going to come up. Hi. Good evening. Or good morning. Sorry, where you live. Good morning.
Yeah, it's like 12.
It's what time? What time did you say, dear? Jaylene, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe I'll turn this down some.
I'm just making sure you can hear, honey.
Yeah.
You can hear me? Okay, good. Oh, I don't want to get into it because we are on the thing. But my goodness, she's adorable. She is just, those little eyes and that face was just, oh my gosh. I don't know what I would do. I think I would just be in hysterics. I'm sorry. I think whatever she came up with, I just think that I couldn't resist just looking at that little face. You know,
Come down and she looked at me like with a blank face, and I'm like, what are you doing?
she's just trying to see what you're doing, how Mama react. Hi, Ash. Ash just came in. Hi, honey. Nice to see you out there in the world. Yeah, but I think she's just great. So I didn't want to, get into it. But yeah, I thought that was so cute. Thank you so much for sharing that with me. That just made me smile so big.
My kids got the littlest,
I
tiniest
adore
mouth.
children. What'd you say, sweetie?
My kids have the tiniest mouths.
Boy, you probably have a nice little mouth, and your little mouth's like their little mouth, right? She looks very much like you. I wanted to tell you too. Very much, I think. But just she's just sweet as you could just see it on her.
Yes, you're my twin too.
For real. Yes, definitely. No joke. My son goes around people in the family, he calls them twin, all look so much alike and stuff. And I go, you don't know how does which one know who you're talking to? And he goes, they just know, Bob. I was like, okay. Hi, Ellie Leo 92. Nice to see you.
Everybody's like, Jaylene, you can't deny your kids. I said, I would never.
No, I can't imagine you would ever do that anyway. Ever.
Never.
You don't strike me as a person like that anyway. Mothers like that and parents like that, you know them off the bat. It's like you kind of take the maternity or the fatherly thing out, and the person's just there. They don't have that extra thing. You know what I mean? Where they care about, somebody other than themselves. I guess that's the best way I could say it. They care more about other people, other little humans, and it shows that, they're secondary, I think you can just tell parents, I guess I feel like I can. Ali Leo _ Leo 92. Thank you. Sparkles to you too, Allie. That's so sweet. Thank you, honey. But yeah, I just think that you definitely can. But yeah, you definitely got a little twinner there. For sure. That was so cute. So cute. Did she like Halloween and stuff like that too? Like to dress up?
Gosh, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. I got
Good
you.
night, Mustang.
You going now, Mustang? Okay. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. Appreciate you.
She'll do makeup on her face.
Appreciate you, Mustang. Thank you, honey. Mhm.
She'll do different designs.
She will. She just does. She just do try different things or see something and try it.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I was watching, or I saw a little person tell me or show me this show, and I looked at the show like this, and it was the craziest looking person with like a braid here and like hair sticking up here, and this like clown, pretty much looked like a clown in a way, I guess a nouveau clown or a culture clown, you know what I mean, like up to date clown or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
it was quite scary to me, but very funny to the kids. It was kind of strange. Like I kind of looked at it like I find myself looking at some of these characters that they make, or they're out on videos and or on YouTubes or whatever, and I see some of these different things that kids like. And I wonder to myself, I wonder what attracts them to like that. Like I wonder what the draw is. Because to me at 57, I'm going, that kind of person, that person looks a little scary. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, they got different hair and they looked very scary in the clown like face, and but the kids are laughing and loving, and I'm like, what am I missing? I said I must be missing something, because these kids love these things, love these people that dress up and do these just really different interactive stuff. And I was just kind of tripping on it, because I guess I'm just like an outdated parent or something. That's why you move on to grandparent. I
My
guess.
daughter watches horror movies.
See, that's what I mean. That's what I got from this. That's what I got from this, Jaylene. I got that kind of feel. Like it was not on the yee, like I'm a clown. It was more like, hey, and like I was just like,
Yeah.
oh my. But the kids laughed and loved it, and no harm, you know what I mean? But it was just a different sense of humor, and I was just like, whoa. I was like,
She's got
that's
my
really
son
different.
watching them too.
Really.
Yeah.
And they've never been like had a fear, or I don't want her to hear me or something like that. But have they ever had like a fear, or they've just never bothered them, and they've always known it's pretend, or did
They
you?
were scared at first, and then I was like, guys, it's fake.
Good,
It's fake.
right? And so they just kind of now they're just like, oh, that's fake. I can
Mm-hmm.
watch that new scary movie. That doesn't bother me. That's good though, and it's good to tell them when they're young. It's so good to establish, and make them feel comfortable as their mom. It's just good to
Well,
do.
I'm trying to give them that separation between realism and fake. Like
That's good.
they knew that Santa wasn't real. They knew that the Easter bunny wasn't real, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I gotcha. Did you feel like you had to tell? Do you feel like you told them too soon about the Santa, or do you feel like you told them right at the right time, to where their understanding was like they got it and they knew it was mom, that did it, or mom or dad, or grandma or grandpa, or.
My daughter found out because she woke up and seen me putting presents under the tree. She's like, Mom,
Gotcha.
you were Santa. I knew it.
And she says, I woke up.
And then she
"Oh,
goes,
you,
like these two, you're
you're
going
bound,
to tell
you're
everybody
going
that
out a
Santa's
little
not
bit,
real.
baby.
I
There you
said, go
go."
tell them that.
That's like, do they still? Do you still go through? Like, do you still go through the traditions of like, do you do a tree and you still go through all that? Like, Christmas, as far as Christmas goes, do you go through the commercial parts of it? Is what I mean.
Yeah, I get them their presents and that, but
Yeah. Do you feel
they
like the
know it's
traditional stuff has kind of gone out the window now that we don't do as many traditions like we used to do? And, because I know you don't have to say where you live, honey, but I know that, I don't know if you have where you are, but like, I'm sorry to say, they just closed a place here, in Portland, and it was very sad. And I didn't go the last day because it was thousands and thousands of people, but they closed a mall here. It was like one of the first malls in Portland, and it had an ice skating rink, and it was like between the inner city and like the other side of town. You know what I mean? So it was a very in between place that was just wonderful for people to go and hang out. And we had ice skating. It was just cool. You know what I mean? And they just recently closed it, and it was like a huge deal for so many people that grew up here. And I just, a lot of memories flashed back, as a kid. And I was just like, do we do those things anymore for kids during, the holidays? Or do we, hey, hi, Army Vet 420. Nice to see you.
why did they close it?
I think I think it's Amazon, sweetheart. I think it's these big companies that just will bring it right to you, sweetie. And you don't have to go into the shops anymore. A couple of our places, we got hit really hard back in, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. I'm just taking you back a bit. We got hit really hard, and I bet you remember this, back in 2020, at the end of 2019, the beginning of 2020, when Black Lives Matter came out. And Portland was on everybody's news screen. We had riots, we had fires, we had buildings coming down, we had businesses, windows being broken for the 8th and 9th time, these huge picture windows. And after these businesses go through this so long with these insurance companies, after a while, the insurance companies won't cover them anymore. So when they break them so many times, what can you do as a business owner but take your losses and go if you can't afford to replace all this stuff without insurance? And so half of downtown became this ghost town. And the federal buildings and, that are on the main streets with the courthouses and stuff, those just everything in there, everything possible that could happen to them happened to them. And I would get these calls from my mom from Las Vegas, and she'd say, "Nikki, what are you guys doing?" And I'm just like, "Mom, like, what do you mean? What am I doing? I'm not doing anything. Like, I would never, try to put, hurt a city that I love and it's so beautiful. I would never try to take this city down." And then I did go down a few times, and just show basically support for Portland. You know what I mean? And so we did do that, a bunch of us, a couple times. And then you got COVID kind of going on at the same time with these protests, and everybody's been all in their houses and all that. So now you got people out in the streets. All they want to do is be in the streets. You know what I mean? They don't want to be in their house cooped up again. Not for that period of time. So it brought people out to the streets. The weather was pretty decent at the time. So they basically ripped part of this city down, and all these news medias that were coming through and talking to all of us, it ended up being a situation where they kept saying in retrospect that we were going to turn into this ghost town. Well, now those businesses are still empty. So with Lloyd Center being gone now, downtown shops being closed, and some of the big ones following suit, the only ones that are down there are like really high priced, Louis stores in one of the main malls that were made in like 10 years ago. You know what I mean? That's so upscale, like it should be in Las Vegas. It's one of those malls. So we have that one, and then like we have the Apple stores, and of course Nike because it comes from here. But yeah, it's really odd. It's very odd when you drive down there or go down there. It's sad. You know what I mean? It can be really sad in so many ways. In your place where you live, did you guys ever go through the any of those kind of protests, son? And you don't have to say where you stay or anything like that. But did you have to experience any of that?
Um, no, they didn't have them here. They had them in Pittsburgh and
Mm.
Philadelphia.
That's where my family's from, is Pittsburgh.
They
And
had
my son's a diehard Eagles.
a
Oh my
small
God, my son,
one.
he breathes that green, I swear. I swear he does. He goes, Mom, you know what makes me mad? And I said, no. He said it today when he was running me to the doctors. He said, you know what makes me mad, Mom? I said, no, what makes you mad, son? He said, there weren't birds back in those days. Nobody wanted to be with the birds. Nobody wanted to fly with the Eagles, Mom. Everybody thought we were the worst team ever. And we were all hardcore. Now, everybody wants to fly with the Eagles, Mom. I said, you're so funny. He said, it's true, Mom. He goes, when you're a losing team, nobody wants to claim you. But when you're winning or you're up there in the scales, like going to be a
That's like what
superstar.
me with the Steelers.
I'm a diehard Steelers too, girl. Die hard. Like, bleed it. Like, I love that you are. That's so cool to me. Because I love the Steelers. Love, love, love.
Since I was 11 years old.
It's just birth. My family, I told you, they're all, my dad, they all went to school, Pittsburgh, all of them. They're from Ambridge and Monaca and all those suburbs. Yeah. And big family, and there was 8 of them. And yeah.
We moved up here from Maryland in 91.
Oh, I love Maryland.
That year I seen the Steelers playing, and I was like, that's my team. That's my team. Since then, it's been Steelers everything.
It's Steelers Nation. It's Iron Curtain for you, huh? I love that. Oh my gosh, that's so cool.
And it's been that. I never traded.
Nope.
Because they're my boys.
And I know everybody around here gets really mad at me because they're always talking about, I can't believe you're not you don't roll with the Seahawks.
I can't get a boyfriend because you are there.
Because of what? You can't
even get a boyfriend. And I said, I can't have a boyfriend because of you and her.
Mom will have a boyfriend when it's the right time for Mom, and he's a great person for Mom. That's when she's gonna have one. When the person's perfect and you even like them.
Oh my
and he
gosh,
blends into the family well. Yep.
I would tell them, I'm going to get a boyfriend. They're like, no, you're not, Mom.
I get it. I get it now. So I understand. I told my son, you don't have to worry about that, honey. He said, no, I know, Mom. He said, you can do whatever you want, Mom, but still. I said, I need.
Like, my focus right now is the school. My schooling, their schooling,
so
getting
smart.
them situated in that.
That's so smart. That's what my daughter did. She went back and got her master's degree after she had kids and everything. And I was so proud of her. And she graduated too. Oh, good.
I'll have my bachelor's in 4 years, but then I want to go back and get my doctorate.
Good for you. I couldn't believe how long she went, but she stuck with it all the way to the end and raised my grandkids, and just so proud of her for that. And yeah, it was
So
hard because
I
her dad wasn't here, and so she gave it everything she had. So I think that's so cool.
I'll be Dr. Jaylene, not
Hmm.
just Jaylene.
That's right. That's right. Yes, ma'am. So I think that's so cool, and especially when you guys have got these brains, and you guys got to use those brains. The world needs them. We're headed out. You know what I mean? We're those. I mean, I don't want to say, I don't want to push mom and them their group out or anything like that, but it's the baby boomers, and then it's my generation, really.
Mhm.
You know, so we have to support younger people, because if we don't do that, I mean, we're just doing a disservice to what we leave behind for everyone. When we don't support people of a younger generation that's trying to do their very best, then we're really not giving everything we've got to our world as people, because I think we should support the next generations, because they're the ones that are going to really make the differences, or they have the chances to, because we've screwed it up so bad, you know, and unfortunately we leave it kind of in their hands to have to kind of clean it up. And that's the sad part of it. But I tell everybody all the time with their kids, your child can be president. I mean, there's no limits. You know what I mean? There's no limits to what a person can be nowadays. There's so many different things that you can be, that there's titles for that we didn't have. And I remember, like, my grandparents didn't have those options for jobs. You know what I mean? So I mean, nowadays there's just so many different options, which really opens the world, and people work in some of these jobs and travel across the world to different countries, sometimes just for work, and they don't have to be in the military and stuff. They're actually sit behind a desk sometimes.
Davion said that he either wants to be a cop or a firefighter.
Both those jobs are wonderful jobs. Both of those would be, I mean, just to give to your community would be just huge, especially if you're good at it and you're good with the people, and you're not you know a jerk out there, like a Nanos jerks, any of those guys. You would be wonderful, because we need that. We need the police and the firefighters to still go and do things with the kids, and go to these schools and show them the trucks and do all the stuff that they did for us. We
Yep.
still need them to do that, so these kids will want to have jobs in those fields. You know, Firefighters is tough.
She said what she wants to be.
She hasn't. Well, she's got a little time still, and she'll probably change her mind. I changed my mind. How many things did I want to be? I know I wanted to be a veterinarian. That was big, and I wanted to be for large animals, because I wanted to do horses too, and like cows, and I just wanted to do like all like farm animals and stuff too. Didn't do that because of science. I was really good in science and math, but it was a lot. Like, it's to be a vet, it's like almost a full-time surgeon. You know what I mean? It's the crazy science and math. It's crazy, crazy science and math. And so, yeah, that detoured me really after getting out of school and stuff. I was not a good put my head down and get my career done and stuff. I ended up doing other stuff, and working with kids though. But I loved it. That was my calling. So at that time, so I loved to coach them and
I know she said she wanted to work at McDonald's, and I'm like, you're not gonna have McDonald's as your career. That's
and
not gonna be your.
But she could own some.
Your career,
She
that's
could
not
own a
good
few
enough for you.
McDonald's. A lot of McDonald's now are franchised. She could own a couple of them. That'd be good. Hey, I'd go like that'd be good for her. If she was the owner of a business, couple businesses, heck yeah. Hi, Pinky,
And that's
Pinky
what I want her to
lady.
do. I want her to go. I want her to get a degree
Okay.
so she can do something with her life and then own like businesses and stuff like
hmm
that she
hmm
like if she wants to run or have employees or whatever.
Yep. Yep. I think that would be great. I mean, she doesn't have to necessarily, be a McDonald's, but if she's thinking like that, she's thinking about some type of a restaurant or behind a counter, or she could be so big. Her imagination can just, as she gets older, it can just expand. And she could be building cities. I mean, she could be building way more than just businesses. I mean, the capabilities nowadays is just, it's really amazing. How far you can go with life. I don't know if you ever heard this, but I was about, I guess, 4 months away from graduating high school, and I sign up for, or I'm in this class, and so it's kind of going in, it's kind of blending into another class, I guess you could kind of say. And so the teacher wants to bring more things to our lives to update us with what's going to go on in the world. I think it was contemporary world situations or something. I loved the class. So we walked into class this one day and we knew something new was going to happen. And there were all these boxes everywhere. Jaylee, there were boxes on every desk. And I was like, why is this box on the desk? And I'm like looking at my friend, why is the box on the desk? She goes, I don't know. She goes, it's got like numbers and keys and stuff like our typewriters. And I go, I know. I kind of noticed that too. Is this those things they call computers? And that was the first Apple computer that came out, Jayleen. We worked on the first Apple computer 4 months before my graduation, and it just looked like this big plastic box on our desk. This box, and it had these keys, and we were just like, and it made that really loud.
Big square things.
What'd you say? Say it one more time.
Those big square things.
Yes. I mean, we did not know what we were walking into. We just know that it was something to like, that was something new to the world. And, it was for us to keep up with the world. But to see, the first Apple computer sitting on my desk, and now I have 4 months to figure this thing out before graduation. I'm like, and the keys went clunk, clunk, clunk. They were really like made that noise. And I was just like, oh my gosh. I looked at my friends. I said, are we going to ever get out of here? They said, we're going to get out of here, Nick. I go, okay. I said, because it seems like we get something thrown at us. We do not know what's going on. And I remember, and it had the little, cursor that would flash, and wait for you to get ready to put the first letter on there. And it would just do this little, you know what I mean, where you're going to put your first letter, like for a letter, for writing a letter to somebody, or, I never forget that thing just flashing that green thing. And all your words came out green on the screen, It all read in like green. Yeah, it was just, oh my gosh, on there. And look where we are. And I struggle so hard on this doggone thing. I'm getting way better than than I was. That's for
And then when it logged on, the green would shoot across the screen.
Yes. And then they'd write. It was like, it makes me kind of think of it makes me think of Pretty in Pink. I love that movie with Molly Ringwald. And so, have you ever seen it? Okay. So where she's in the typing class and Andrew McCarthy's in the typing class. and he's saying, "Who is this?" or "How are you?" And it's got the big question mark and it's flashing. It just makes me think of those days, and I'm like, "That's us. That's what we were." I'm laughing because my 40th class reunion is this year coming up. Crazy. It just would be crazy. It'd be 40 years with my husband. It would be 40 years for my graduation. Isn't that nuts? Just crazy to me. It's
We
like
used to
just
play that
bizarre.
Oregon Trail on that thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it made me so mad. I freaking died.
Did you ever make it through? Did you ever win?
No.
Oh, sorry. I just thought maybe you had a chance. Why did they make those games like it seemed like there was never a winner, or it never ended?
I got so mad at it. I picked up my chair and the teacher's like, "Miss Girl, don't you..."
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. You're like, what's going on? Hey, Bruce. Hi. Oh, he's spinning. There you are. Hi. Oh, you've got a great haircut.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, it looks great on you.
Thank you. How you
Good
doing?
evening, sir. Oh, we are just chatting, just laughing about the first time I ever saw the Apple computer on my desk before graduation. It scared me so bad that I wasn't going to graduate because I wasn't going to be able to figure this thing out. Oh gosh, I was just making Jaylene laugh about it because of the green writing on it, and it would flash. And they're like, she's saying it. Me and my friends would be dying. We'd be like, oh, every day in that darn class would be something else. You live in Tennessee, and tomorrow everyone is supposed to. I know that we were just talking. I was.
What's Hey, Jaylene, how you doing?
Oh. Hi, Bruce.
Yes,
Look at your
Jaylene.
hair.
Yeah. you like it? Look at my hair.
I think it looks great.
I've always had my hair cut like this. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that looks. Do you ever wear hats? Are you a hat guy or no? Oh, you are. Because I thought I'd seen you in a couple of hats. I was trying to remember, and I was like, I thought I never saw Bruce's hair at the beginning. I thought he wore a hat or something, and I didn't even know what was under the hat. Well, I knew there was a. Yes, that's how I met you. That's exactly how I met you. Yep, with the hat on.
Yeah.
So I didn't know how your hair was, but but your hair was longer because it was on the sides. I remember that.
Yeah, I had some long. Yeah, I got natural curly hair, man. I don't, not a big fan of it. But
You did. You had curly hair. Yep. And
but yeah.
I like it like that. Like Jaylene said about you. I like it like that. I like that.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate you guys saying that.
I still have some of them floppy disks.
What do you got?
I'm gonna show one to one of my kids and see what they think.
You have to. We're talking
There
about
you
all
go,
this old stuff, and I mean, I haven't located it yet, but I do know I had a cassette still. I know I still had the cassette at one. I know I still got cassettes, the little ones, or, the normal size. I got those for like boom boxes and stuff. I still have some of those. I found those the other day. I've been cleaning stuff out, because I've been kind of slow on that, I guess you could say.
I want to find an 8-track player and show them that.
Girl, I still have a, what is it? My son just told me what it was. He said, Dad left one of those receivers for an 8-track. He said it's out in the shop.
Yeah.
He said, did you know Dad has a receiver out here, Mom? I go, really? And he goes, yeah, it's for an 8-track. I said, dang. I said he wanted to keep finding them, and he wanted to find record players were his thing, too. He loved to go to music stores. Oh, my God, my husband loved to go to music stores. Love that stuff. And the older stuff, the better. If it looked like it was a record shop that had been there like 80 years, babe, we gotta stop here. I'm looking for this one particular. I'm like, you're not looking for anything particular. You just want to go in there and look. And he'd be like, okay, you got me, yes. And he loved it when, what was the one place that was out, you guys, that was everywhere in those days, and you could, records and tapes. Come on, Nikki. It was the red. What was it?
What? No, go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going. I'm trying to think myself here.
It had a red and white sign.
Hmm.
And they had tons of records, and it was, come on, Nikki. I know Good Guys came out later on. They had all the Good Guys, music stores and stuff, because you used to buy. Oh gosh, they used to have to send you for some concerts and stuff back in the day. You used to have to go there and buy your tickets. Even in Las Vegas, I remember.
I used to go to Fred Meyer's and buy all my tapes.
Mm-hmm.
I did. Let's see. And I had this.
But you guys don't. There's no Fred Meyer's past. Gosh, California, right?
That was a long time. I mean, that was a long time ago.
So most people don't know what Fred Meyer's is, but it's just it's a Northwest store, and his name is Fred Meyer, and it's continued, and there's tons of them, Oregon, Washington. So just to fill in Jaylene, so she knew where we were at.
Yeah,
because I didn't want her to go Fred Meyer's.
What the hell's that?
And it's one of those places, Jaylene, you can go and you can get groceries. You can get pretty much everything there. You know what I mean? And then if you
everything's sporting good.
You have to get bird seed, it's there. You know what I mean? Like, it's one of those places. Right. It's got everything. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
It's got everything, right? Yeah. They had a music, so like they have, just like one of your stores like where you live that has like the gardening, the entertainment, like, they got everything that, that's where I shopped when I was a teenager. And that's where I used to buy all my, like, when like Nirvana and stuff had put out, some albums. I ended up buying these tapes from there, so I was just like,
Best Buy, you could get a lot of stuff at. When Best Buy first came
out. Best Buy too, yes.
That's what I was trying to remember too, Jaylene. Best Buy too.
Best Buy is a great place.
That had a lot of that. Did the tape career kind of ended kind of the tape cassette thing and kind of went right into the CDs and the floppies and stuff. It did a lot of that. It took us from that era to kind of that era. But like records, you had to still kind of go out of the box to some of the record shops, But there was this one. It's everywhere, you guys, in the United States. It's like one of the only main places they had back in the day. And it was pretty much in every city.
My stepmom, Nikki's got a bunch of old records from the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
She so when I was growing up, like I told you, my dad and mom played all this kind of stuff, like the stuff they grew up with. And I would go fishing with my dad, and my dad would be drinking his beer, and he'd be playing this stuff. And I learned like so quick, like some of these songs. The first one I ever got, my dad got me a little tiny boom box, and the first tape I ever had was the Beach Boys. It was crazy, though. I mean. And then I started getting into the more psychedelic stuff, the Jimi Hendrix, the Doors, Janis Joplin.
My very first tape was B-52s. I had to have it. Like, I loved
the B-52s.
The next one was the Go-Go's.
The Go-Go's was good. Yeah. The B-52s, yeah.
I remember asking. Go ahead, honey. What?
My first tape was John Bon Jovi.
John Bon Jovi.
Bon Jovi. I went and saw Bon Jovi. That's for sure. Cinderella, a group Cinderella opened up for them when I saw them in Seattle.
Respect. Hello, Sam. Jess. Oh, there's Jaylene. Did you change your thing again, Jaylene?
I
Oh,
respect.
you're right, Nene.
Hello,
That's right.
well, I
Hi,
deleted all
Jenny.
my
Army
stuff
that
and I remade it.
with a number 1. Because she is number 1.
Yes.
She doesn't like the 1 though, she said. I don't mind.
Why?
I think the 1 is cool actually. I think it really like looks good together actually with the, because you changed the J's, you made those a little bit larger. That was cool because I didn't like the little ones. I like the big ones because it stands
Well,
out.
if I
And
deleted it, why didn't it just let me do just Jaylene instead?
you know,
I don't know.
that's a really good darn question though. I wonder why. I'm just staring at your name, trying to think why they did that. I'm not sure, to be honest with you. I'm still learning about this weird world of YouTube.
Well, I mean, that's
Tongue twister.
that. Me too. Me too.
Because they
Me
have
too,
all
Nikki.
kinds of different
I'm never
rules.
gonna understand.
They let bad
I'm never
things
gonna understand
go
what the
on
hell
and
goes
they
on because
get mad at good things. It's strange. Or
it
think,
is.
let me just replace that. They don't
Well,
handle bad channels, but they get mad at channels that are
that are good.
controversial in their eyes, you know.
Oh yeah.
And
I
instead
mean,
of
I had a friend of mine. They got his. They kept reporting him because they didn't like him, and he literally lost his channel for 6 months. I mean, it's this is wild. I was just even telling my wife, like, there's people that literally are just going to sit here and they're going to focus just on whoever, and they're going to be, if it's something
and I don't
that gets
that's
out
the one I
or
don't.
or something they say somebody don't like, then you get attacked.
Hi Dom. Hi Dom C.
Hey, Dom. Hey, Dom C.
No, don't.
Oh, so good to see you, my friend. And okay, let's see. I'm gonna say OU alumni,
But
Cinderella.
I want to ask you a question, Nikki.
Yes, it was like in 85, 86 era for Bon Jovi.
What was the dance? The safety dance. You remember them? The men with no hats. You can
have me yes. We had some strange groups, didn't we? Like we had some, but they had to have gimmicks.
There were some strange bands back in the day.
Yeah, it's like nowadays, yes, they got some that do gimmicks, but it just seems like they don't do as many gimmicks nowadays as they did in the Boy George days. Culture Club, in the Wham, in George Michael, like the makeup that they wore and stuff, how they painted their faces, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I love Sheb.
Yeah, I do too. He's really, he brings like when there's literally sad things, like especially after like the thing that happened, a couple days ago. But it's weird.
I
It's
don't
weird
know what
because
happened a couple days ago. I'm scared.
So
it's okay.
Jaylene, do you remember the guy that killed the what was it? He was a MIT or something. He was a correction officer. They were a young kid, like young 23-year-old kid. His wife
with the girl
was shot in the arm.
Yeah.
So I read a thing where they were talking about that there was like the patrol or something of the county there, Pima, had spotted the guys, I guess, some detectives or somebody had spotted them, and they said no, don't. I couldn't believe that they did that. Then the news did a thing on it, and Nanos got pissed off. Well, I mean,
at who?
You can't sit here and look. I don't know. I'm not going to say like, look, nobody should be killed. We'll find out later in the courts. All right, they will be out there. We will find out stuff. All right,
Most
because
certainly.
Tucson, Alex, Juice, all them guys that are out there, they're going to be out there. They're going to see this. They're going to go to these things, and I would. But the thing that bothers me the most is that this sheriff had somebody that they had already located, and they just said, no, not right now. Well, you're putting more people in danger. It's the same stuff with like the Nancy Guthrie thing. You know, it's the same stuff. They did not put the hard work that they said that they do. He can sit here and say that they put all this in. He put guys that were inexperienced, and you got a guy that's still out there running around.
So, but where does SHIB come into this?
No, what I'm saying is when we have these things that happen, and we're all like watching and stuff, like these terrible things that are happening, people getting killed.
Okay.
Shibby will literally like make everybody laugh, you know, because we're in a sad situation, and he'll always make us laugh. That's one thing I like about him.
Shibby's very good about that. He's very witty. He's very witty, and that is.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
I don't know if there's a connection. They're saying that there possibly is. When I was on Patriot Pride with Boomer on there, I think I think that I was the only one that probably said that I think that there could possibly be a connection. But what the connection was, I couldn't figure it out at that moment. But there's something between, because the thing about it is that the 23-year-old that got shot, he's connected to a female officer.
See, that's what I keep hearing.
That's where
I keep hearing that.
That's where the Aaliyah comes from.
Oh.
Listen.
Okay.
That's where that comes from.
Irene, speak up. Go ahead.
Whenever Alex and them were over at the standoff with Alex, he was in that apartment or whatever. There was a girl that came over to JLR and 857 and Alex and said that the Aaliyah girl and Carlos were running pills and stuff inside the prison, giving them to Alex and his friends.
Whoa.
And Alex was sleeping with Aaliyah and the baby that.
What? Wow.
The baby
Are
that
you saying that he's the guy? He got her pregnant?
No, not JLR
What?
wasn't doing it. Yes, he was. No, he wasn't there. But they said
857 Juice and Alex were there.
That's what I thought.
And Righteous Monkey was there, and I can't remember, there was somebody else there too.
Yeah.
There was just a couple of them, but somebody went up and walked. I remember hearing somebody saying something. There was a lot of stuff.
And
like
Alex got out of prison and went to the house to get back at Aaliyah because she's carrying his baby.
Whoa.
Okay, say that back part one more time.
Alex got out of jail and come to Aaliyah's house to get back at Aaliyah because she's carrying his baby.
No fooling. Huh.
Oh, wow.
That is okay, so where did you
Faded Bones is backstage?
Huh?
Nikki, Faded Bones says he's backstage. I don't know. I'm not sure who that is. Faded Bones? I don't know. Somebody wrote in the back.
I don't know who that is.
There's
I don't know who it is either.
Standing there
know who that is.
we're saying this. I don't know if it's true. I don't know. I don't think it probably is. But that's what they were saying.
I don't know either.
Oh. This is weird. This is like really like.
And that could be the connection. You know what I'm saying? It really could be the connection to that whole thing.
It's just messed up.
Yeah, I don't.
It's really messed
That's
up.
this is really this is really crazy.
Hmm. It really is crazy, and I don't understand it too much.
Dirty Diana.
It's,
Oh, Dirty Diana's got a new picture. Wow, man, she looks really hot. Nice picture, Dirty Diana.
very nice. Yeah, you see that?
I don't.
Yeah,
But why?
yeah.
But why?
Look behind it. Look, go ahead and look at the back. Boop boop. Boop,
No,
boop.
I'm just saying, like, how is this like when the guy said that this was some kind of robbery or some kind of bull crap, but now Jaylene and other people are bringing up the same stuff. Like, this lady got pregnant by this guy that's in jail now. Man, something's off, man, about this.
They were supposed to have been bringing in these pills and stuff.
Yeah.
To be feeding
Really?
Alex's.
And by the way, those ones backstage didn't need to come up with us. You feel me? I see them back there. I'm just not trying to pay attention to them, Bruce. Did you hear me?
No, you got a good picture, Dirty Diana. I'm just messing. It's a pretty picture.
Bruce didn't hear me. Bruce did hear me.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry, Miss Nikki.
Behind the stage, I see them. But
Yeah.
they're those little crawling things that are called trolls. So I know they're there. I'm not trying to pay attention to them, honey. I'm
Block
just
them
trying
off the.
Yes, sir. So that's
Yeah,
why I
just block them off. Just block them
answer
off
you big time. I just wanted you to know
Just
that,
block
though.
them off.
I understand they're there. I see them in my peripheral. But I'm just
I
figuring
didn't know.
out
I've never
who they
seen
are.
these people.
But when it's their face, I want to get a nice,
Yeah.
good picture of them because then I can see them for next time. And I always remember who they are. So that's why when they're down there behind the stage, I do that. And one had red paint all
Why they
over
want
his
to come up
face,
and
you guys.
cause trouble,
He
yeah.
had red paint all over his face. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, get rid of them, Dirty Diana. Get rid of them. Get them off the stage. Block them off StreamYard.
Yeah, I think I did, but you can check on me and see if I didn't.
We don't. You know what? We're not gonna tolerate stuff like that, man.
One of them
Stuff like
is Bobby Blue Balls.
Oh God.
The other one's name is Bro Rojo. We come in pieces.
Baby.
He said we come in pieces.
You come in pieces? What the hell is coming in pieces?
Look in the back.
What the hell is that? Is that
chat.
even English? You come in
Look in the
pieces?
chat. Look in the chat in the back. The private chat. Studio chat.
Better not be any reds. What the Bobby Blue Balls?
Mm-hmm.
Bro Rojo? We come in pieces?
I'm really good at paying attention now, but not paying attention.
That's
Because that's what they want is attention.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. You come here to mess with Nikki, man.
No, it's not me.
Shameless,
It's
man.
just a stream. It's to go mess with.
No, I know, I get it.
You know?
It's not. It's but they're messing with the channel, right? You're right. Is it
But
just
that
you? They just want to
those
come in.
names I recognize because they're familiar because I've heard them before. Unfortunately, you know.
It's
Go ahead, Jay. Huh? What were you saying, Jay?
there's I got an alert that said police made an arrest and a connection of a murder in Tucson.
Right now, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go look. You guys stay put.
Okay.
And let me go back, put the chat back so you guys can see the chat.
So what happened, Jaylene? Jaylene, what happened?
She might be trying to look. I'm going to find it. I'm going to look.
Okay.
Arrest.
It's
Not there.
You see anything yet, hon?
No. I'm trying to find it.
That's okay, honey. I'm looking too. Okay. Hi, Blue Eyes. Nice to see you, darling. Dumpsy, I'm always so happy to see you. Thank you guys for being in here. We're just trying to see if there's anything that works because of Jaylene's alert. We got to look and see what we can find. And I'm sure looking right now, you guys. Update. Come on. Do you know where the arrest was, Jaylene?
Oh.
Update.
Yeah, I have no idea what you guys are looking for.
We're trying to find if there's.
Oh, thanks, Tom C. Thanks, Tom C, for supporting 5 memberships to Nikki's.
What? Who did?
Yeah.
Dom,
She
thank
did.
you so much. Thank you, honey. I was just going to check it to see what we got. What about the police scanner? Yes. Oh, Dumb C, thank you, sweetheart. I really appreciate that. Tons. I love you too.
Yeah, Dom C's awesome.
I love her. And I'll go.
Love her too.
Davion,
I'll go anywhere with her. I'll go anywhere with
let me
Dee.
see
I'll go
that.
anywhere. She's wonderful. She's
I'll tell you something.
wonderful
When
person. Wonderful.
If I do go back again,
Respect.
I would love to take you guys. I'd love to take you and Dom C out for some lunch.
Oh wow, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. Only info I get about another inmate died. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me, Blue Eyes? No, you're kidding, right? Let me go look real quick. Do you see what Blue Eyes says in the chat?
What'd you say? Only info I get is about
another inmate died in jail, you guys.
Oh my God, not again.
Oh my God. Do you want to be added,
Another
honey,
one died
to
in
the stage?
County again?
Oh, that's crazy.
D, you can bring yourself up if you want to come up, my darling. What the freaking frack?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's crazy, you guys. That's crazy. Oh
It
my
is.
gosh. Well, how many are they going to have? What are they doing there?
I don't know.
What are they doing to these people inside this jail?
Okay, Dom C.
Oh my, what did Dom say, honey?
He said she accepts. So because if I'd have had time, I would have drove down with you guys and seen you and went out, But
oh my
the time was just too quick.
Can you guys hear me good, Bruce?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. It's a 40-year-old woman named Rena E. Pera. Died in Pima County Adult Detention Complex on August 26th. 40 years old.
Oh my God.
She was found unresponsive in her cell on August 26th, roughly 5:45 5:45 p.m. You jump in here, Jaylene, too, if you see something I don't see. Booked at the facility on August 25th. So she died in one day. She died in one day. One day. Why didn't she go to medical?
crazy.
Why didn't they take her to medical? One day? Okay, corrections. Staff and Tucson Fire Department attempted life-saving measures, but she was pronounced unalived at the scene. What are they doing there?
I don't know what they're doing. This is crazy.
Okay,
This is way beyond, man.
Okay, and it says
okay.
Investigation status. The death is not currently considered suspicious. The review is The review is the Pima County Sheriff's Department Homicide Unit and the Office of Medical Examiner are investigating the cause of the manner of death. If you would like, we can provide blah, 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 other recent in custody cases. We don't want to know about that. We want to know why people keep dying in your custody.
Right.
It says another found dead. What are they doing?
Want to know, and you can see.
Whoa, you guys, what are they doing there?
Who's the cop? Who's the cop that would go when 857 was doing the?
What? Say that one more time, sweetheart. I'm sorry. I'm still in like a state of shock that I cannot believe this happened again. Like I don't understand.
Look, I am too. This is really. I mean, something needs to be checked, and I hope things get investigated because how many signs is this now?
Sheriff's Department.
Is this the third person, or how many have
third or fourth person since this has been going?
Third or fourth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't understand why.
But it's the first woman. It's the first woman I've heard of. Is that right, Jaylene? You've only heard of her. It's the first woman. Jay,
I'm sorry, but this is getting insane, man.
It is. He's got it. Like, I'm sorry, but when they were chanting, he's got to go. Oh my gosh, I was chanting too. I was saying it too.
So, and I just seen Dirty said that they're doing the same kind of stuff to like to her husband in Indiana, I think it was. She wrote in the chat. Like, what the hell's going on, man? Like with the US, man. Like,
our prison system,
people are getting hurt, people are getting killed, people are getting beat up.
Yes, our Nanos. Chris Talks Truth says Nanos investigating his own department will never provide any results. Correct, Chris. He's a criminal and needs to be charged. Hallelujah. Very well said, and you're absolutely correct. Inspired.
I don't understand how this continuously keeps going on. Okay.
Yeah. Michelle made a good point. She said the amount of women that have gone missing in Utah, they don't usually make it to the jail.
Yeah.
That's a great point, honey. That's a great point, Michelle. Very good, honey. You're absolutely right. There's so many that are missing because of the trafficking and stuff. You're absolutely right, honey. Absolutely. Oh, Blue Eyes, so good to see you, hon. And Dee, it's nice to
Blue
see
Eyes.
you here,
Great
sweetheart.
to see everybody here.
Yeah, thank you, Dee. I didn't know if you were gonna go late tonight. If you wanted to do one, honey, I can definitely close down. I just basically wanted to do a update of the Tupac thing for anybody who wanted, was interested.
So what's happening in that case is
they're not gonna. They just got done with the 3 police officers today, and it looks like it's everything. The prosecution rests, and now the defense rests. I think it's done. I think now we're going to wait for the verdict, and nobody's going to be held accountable. So, like We were talking about it earlier. In my opinion, somebody has talked to or spoke to him about either a family or threats or money, or but he waited all that time for the $1 million. You know, him and come on, Nikki. Come on, Nikki. Come on, Nikki. He's right there on the tip of your tongue. Not Orlando. Orlando's his nephew.
Well, Dirty Diana, just want you to know that
Whip or whatever.
We're all here for you. We're all here for you, Dirty Diana. You know, I'm far away now, but you know, I'm still with you guys, and I'll always, you know, do what I can to help you out.
Okay,
if you
honey.
need something,
yeah, if you
all you
need,
got to do is ask.
character letters and stuff like that, you need to be asking people to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can do the best I can. I've talked to him a few times and stuff. I mean, I can do the best I can on a character letter. I've written a few of them for people in the past, you know, and I think I've done a really good job. They've been read, you know, so I must have been okay. You know, did they help? I don't know. You know, what does help? You know, you think the things you're doing are the right things and you're trying the best you can, you know?
Well, and you know what? I felt that way so many a times.
Especially
I think
as a
I'm doing the right
wife.
thing. And you still, and
Especially
you're,
as
and
a
people still
wife.
think you're doing it.
Oh, for her being a wife, she is an absolute doll. She has stood by her man, done everything.
Oh, no, yeah. I agree. Look, she's a good wife. She's a good woman. She's a good person
She's
all
done
around.
very good.
You know?
She's a nice person to so many people, you know, of every walk of life.
She's been good to me. So, you know what? Look, I look at things like this is that people can say whatever they want about her, me, you, Jaylene, anybody. Look, people said stuff about my wife.
They better not say anything about it.
And you know what? They don't know my wife, but they just want to say stuff so they, you know, think that I'm going to get mad. I'm not going to get mad about it. But when you pull stupid stuff and you do this idiotic thing, that's when you know what? I look at karma, all right? Because I know nothing. When they sent the pizzas to my uncle's house, right? And then they sent pizzas to my dad's house and shit.
Wait,
they were doing all this dumb shit.
Didn't I hear you got pizzas again?
Yeah.
I heard
they sent pizza. Oh yeah, they sent pizza.
Somebody
They sent
told me.
pizzas back to my what I left. So what I did is I left, but yeah, they sent after I left. They sent 14 more, and then they sent another one the next day. And it's like they even tried to talk like to the police, and the police just weren't going to do nothing about it. So that's what bothers me. Is these people get away with doing this stuff, all right? These pizza places need to stop and put this person, whoever's getting them, they need to put a stop on the order unless it's the person that lives there that's calling. Like they need to have some kind of code. Right. Hey, I'll give you a code if I need pizza, if I want to buy pizza. They're not doing that.
Don't you think that these places, Jaylene, do you think that these places know that this is going on out there in the world? Jaylene. Did we lose her? She might have fell asleep on us.
She might have. Jaylene.
No, I'm here.
Oh.
Okay.
No worries.
I went to the bathroom.
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm sorry. My bad. I was just asking you what you thought. If you think these pizza places know that this is going on in the world. I mean, that this is happening in the world, you know?
Well, I had called them whenever they started doing that over there at Nancy's. Whenever JLR and them were sitting there and they started delivering them at Nancy's, and they said they can't trace it because the number that they're using is either an old number or it's shut off or it's a non-working number, and an
Oh,
Well, they can
email
trace those numbers.
is
Maybe
going
the pizza place can't, but the
and
police
stuff
can
like
do that.
that.
They can trace them.
well,
Bogus information.
they're saying Blue Eyes is saying tonight. Are you serious, Jaylene? Because they're saying Blue Eyes is saying tonight they sent pizza 3 different times to the police
They sent
station.
pizzas again?
Mhm.
Holy moly, man. What the
And
hell is and
guess what?
yesterday,
Guess what?
Damien got
There's
him.
guess what though? To add fuel to the fire, they
Yeah.
even are still doing COD.
What?
Thank you, Blue Eyes. What?
Wow. Are you serious?
Yeah,
And
that's
they
what
can't
Blue Eyes said. And Jaylee probably saw it. I haven't caught up with everything. I only got to see part of it because of all the doctors, but I was going to catch up on it.
they can't stop it because they don't know the information and they use bogus phone numbers and emails and stuff. They
What
just
the?
keep you. They just keep typing in like absurd numbers and stuff,
I'm like, wow.
and then they'll use names like Pinocchio or Sleeping Beauty and stuff like that. Yeah.
If you're taking the call, you don't know that that's kind of
No, they use
strange.
it on the app. They do it on the app.
Oh, they're doing it over an app. They need to shut those apps down from the COD stuff. I can't believe that 3 times. Wouldn't a person realize it after the second time? Or maybe it was 3 different. Was it 3 different pizza guys? Jaylene, do you remember if it was 3 different delivery people?
I don't know.
Because wouldn't you guys think after like once or twice you wouldn't go back again? You'd think it was still a hoax? I mean, as the pizza delivery person, I wouldn't want to drive back. Oh, Bruce left. I wouldn't. Kick out, Nikki.
Yeah, because the one that I called, the guy used the name Yogi Bear or something like that.
Are you kidding with me?
Yep.
That is crazy. And why would... My question has always been, because this same thing, you know, this happened to Chris, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was at 1:30 in the morning. And it was a COD. And I was like, are you kidding me? And he goes, no, I'm dead serious. And I was like, what did you do? And he said, I was like, I didn't order this. And I was just like, oh my gosh. And he goes, I'm not kidding you. And I said, well, did you keep the pizza? He goes, yeah. He goes, but he said it was crazy. He said, I didn't order it. We were sleeping. And I was just like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I'm like, how are they finding? I don't know how they found Chris. I don't know how they found Bruce's uncle. I don't know how they found Bruce's dad. I don't know how they find these people. Those apps are traceable. Oh, Michelle, they are. Michelle said they're traceable.
No, what they're doing is
Michelle, you're welcome to come up if you want.
They're using your information off of here on Facebook, or YouTube. They get your first and last name, then they'll look it up on Facebook, try and find your address and stuff.
Nobody likes to deliver out here in the country, so that's not a big thing here. Not to be funny, but I'm just saying nobody, we get them, but it isn't like the pizza guy is just down the street, you know what I mean? Takes a little bit of doing for this place, And plus I have the gates locked. I have to go let the person in or take the beat. It's a little chore. It's a little chore. Like you're a Yogi Bear called to confirm order. Yeah, you remember those days when they did call you and let you know, oh, we just want to make sure that you know that you ordered the breadsticks, and they go down your little order. When they
Yeah,
get it
but
coming in off the online, on the internet.
when they call the number that's on the app, it doesn't work.
So they shouldn't put the order in then, don't you think?
I
That
don't
should
know.
trigger their mind not to put that order in. If you don't get a phone, if you're not able to get through to that phone, I wouldn't put the order in. I'd make it like almost a rule, for my employees, that if you can't get a hold of the person, then you should hold up the order until they can confirm the phone number. Don't you think something like that?
I would say if it has a cartoon character name or something.
Yeah. That would be a dead giveaway, huh?
Mm-hmm.
My gosh. Yeah. They should. Okay, then they shouldn't make it. I agree. I would think that, Blue Eyes, like if they hear something crazy like that name that she's saying about the name, especially COD, I am telling you, COD should be a trigger. They should just automatically go, whoops, wait a minute. Wait, who is this going to? Where is it going? Especially like in a manager's position or something, or a supervisor, they should totally be checked. They should be on top of their job on that stuff, because it seems like money is going to be wasted somewhere, either out of the delivery driver's pocket or the pizza place, and the person that never ordered the pizza. I mean, nobody's getting anything really. It's ruining it for everyone,
Mm-hmm.
Not saying the person that didn't order it, but it's just confusing, because they didn't order it, and so they're trying to figure it out. Yeah, they lose gas and the tips. You're absolutely right, Blue Eyes. Absolutely. And some of those people are college students, and they're just trying to make the extra so they can eat, and they have stuff covered, but they maybe don't have, their incidentals covered. So they have to have a little something job, but every time you do that to them, you're messing over the student or the kid or somebody that needs that, or even an adult parent that needs that because they need something extra for their kids. Like, why would you do that? It's just wrong in so many ways. You're affecting people's livelihood and the food on their table, maybe. It's not cool. It's not cool at all. And I don't know if this is driven from, what are you supposed to say? Epsom salts. I barely ever say the name, so Epsom salts, I guess I'm supposed to say the name. But does all this pizza stuff originate from that situation?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is that where it starts?
Pizzagate. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna have to read more or go and look in on it and check it out, because I'm just guessing. I'm not really. I don't factually know that stuff. I was just kind of guessing at that point that those two things might have had something to do with each other, because something with little ones, little people, right? Isn't that what it starts out from? Is unfortunately the little people stuff, right? Because each pizza mean something or something. That's what
Yeah, but
someone
it's
told me.
really nasty.
It's more complicated.
It's really nasty.
Okay, gotcha, huh? Gotcha. Chicky7. Oh, hi, nice to see you.
And I'm telling you, if you look it up,
Yeah,
be prepared.
and only a tip included. That could be so right too, Chicky7. Wow. I know I keep seeing these other things pop up about that. The person that doesn't have the talk show anymore, that have blonde, short hair, shorter than mine.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I keep seeing things show up about her and that situation too, that there's really more to that than any of us really know. And I was just
There's
like, and she's been in the news a lot lately. Hi, hun. Yeah, she's been in the whatever
there's
I keep.
more about that brown lady with the brown hair that's very, very, very famous.
Yes, with the letters, with 5 letters, and the whole studio's named after her too.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and you spell it backwards, and it's the what the name of the studio is.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh! And do you know how much I just thought? I thought so much of that person from like her beginnings, and I thought, wow, she got a cool story, you know? Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right, Blue Eyes. I think that's funny and it's random and all that stuff. I think you're right about all that. Yep. I really think you are. Wow. It's just amazing. It's amazing what people will do. It's just simply amazing. And how can you call yourself a true human if you're hurting other people, other entities on earth? How can you really call yourself that, you know? Especially in those scandalous situations. It's crazy to me. I thought Bruce was going to come back and chat, but I guess maybe not.
Michelle
Maybe.
wants to come up.
I would love Michelle to come up. Do you need me to drop the link? Okay, yep. Dee just dropped it for you, honey. Oh, yeah, I'd love to have you come up. But yeah, it's really sad that this stuff has come into our generations, our worlds, you know, and I don't remember hearing stuff like this when I was a kid in my parents' generation. Do you?
Mm-mm.
I mean, you'd hear about the unalivings and stuff like that, but not like all the stuff that's just compiled of all these people that people have watched on TV for so long and stuff, you know?
And it's people that you like admired.
You thought they were really good. And I always kind of wondered about the orphanages, to be honest, not to be funny. But I always kind of thought, wow, that is so cool to go to Africa and you know, take care of these orphanages. And I thought, wow, that's so cool. And then when all this transpired and we started hearing things, reading things, seeing things, um, that school thing, those orphanages look like something in a whole nother category.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt absolutely sick about it. And I thought, wow, you even had it on national TV in front of all of us. Crazy. Crazy the things that people have pulled out from underneath us. And you know, another thing is that darn gal that was with the Epstein salts,
Mm-hmm.
Epsom salts, that gal, that was not her. That was sitting there in her place in jail. That wasn't her. I kept watching this lady, and when they had her sitting at the end when she was doing answering their questions before the switch was made or whatever, I just kept looking at her and I go, your face doesn't look the same. And then they kind of started showing pictures of I think it starts with a G, right? And they start showing pictures of her out and about, and I'm thinking, yeah, your nose is not that long unless you just grew it a couple more inches. You got somebody that
And
looked like you got somebody
she's
who looked like
heavier
you,
too.
but you didn't get somebody that looked just like you. There was still some differences. Maybe you didn't have time. Maybe you didn't have time to have somebody go do all plastic surgery to make themselves look like you. Who could you pay, Jaylene, enough money to that they would sit in jail for you? and be your twin. Who would do that? Like what kind of mindset would do that, do you think?
I would never.
That would sit and do time in someone else's place. I don't know if an amount of money would work. Because the amount of money you would get, what if something happened to you in there? Or what if you never got to spend the money? You know what I'm saying? What'd you do it for? Your children, of course, but ultimately, that seems like a strange reason to sit in jail because you miss time with your kids to make money for your kids. But in hindsight, you ended up not spending time with any of it. No money, no kids, no nothing. You know what I'm saying? So what is it worth? What makes it all worth it is what I was wondering. To have a lookalike sit there in that chair in place of you is just like, what does it take for someone to do that? Like, what kind of mindset do you have to have? I mean, besides being promised the absolute world, you know, or given half the world before you do it. I don't know. Do you get somebody from a place like that, like you're saying, to do it? Because that gal that was there was absolutely not her. By far not her. She, yes, carried characteristics, but this part of her facial structure was not that gal that was with the Epstein salts. No. Yeah. And then when they did those, did you know? I don't know if you watch some of those kids that decide they want to go over to the island. Do you ever watch those on YouTube? A couple of those like young adults that have inquired about all this and they're in college and they want to write something about it. So they've rented jet skis and stuff like that and gone over there. Have you ever seen any of those, Jaylene?
Mm-hmm.
Those are a trip because every time they go over it, and this could be different groups and different shows. When they go over, there's always a lady standing there on that porch. It just gave me chills thinking about it. But there's always a lady standing on that porch with dark hair, girl. Have you heard them talk about it? Because I sure have. Hi, Michelle. Where are you?
Hold on. I'm here, but I've got you on my TV, my phone, my iPad, and my computer, so it's echoing everywhere. So
oh my gosh, girl. Okay, honey. Yeah, but I just wonder because every time those kids make it over there with those jet skis or one group of kids went over in kayaks, you know, they always see a lady over there with the dark, short hair standing by that front door, you know, because you have to enter the island on that one side where they have we're talking about the Salt Island. And
Salt Island?
Epsom salts.
Epsom Salts Island.
Yeah, so we're talking about if I asked her if she's ever watched those different YouTubes where those kids or college students, because they've been talked about it, written papers, all that stuff, that during different times of the year they'll get their friends to go and they'll try to get over there. And I've saw they've rented canoes. They've tried to get somebody to take them in a boat. They've tried to pay somebody to do that. And when they find out how close they want to get to the island, they usually turn them down and say they can't do it. Well, they found this one guy, this one taxi driver or cab driver over there that was really cool to them. By the way, I'm very, very sorry about your mom, honey.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's been
super
crazy.
sorry. I'm super sorry. And I'm looking forward to meeting you.
Yeah.
Seeing
hit my Oregon Trail.
Yes, I'm looking forward to that. But I really am sorry about your mom, and I just wanted to say I hadn't gotten a chance to say that to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's dementia and Alzheimer's. I mean, it was sad to have her go and just watch her go, you know? Like, I was laying in the hospital, like, every night, and then I said, she's not going to go when we're here. And my brother had to go to London, so it was just me and my little sister, and we talked to her and like we could see her emotions still, but they
Mhm.
stopped feeding her and
Mhm.
like no IVs, nothing, right? So it was just like, it's been a week now, Mom. Like you can go. Like you're holding up. Like come on, Mom.
She was waiting for you guys to go.
She was waiting for us to leave. So I said
Yes.
I gotta go because I had a MRI I had to get done back in Vancouver.
Mhm.
And my sister was like, I'm just tired. I'm like, go home, take like Ron, her husband had to go back. He works in Colorado a lot
Mhm.
because he's doing all the high fiber and stuff and the Wi-Fi's.
Right.
So I'm like, go spend time with Ron. Like he's been here for home for 2 weeks. You haven't seen him. And I said, she'll go when we're gone, Nicole. And she's like, I don't want her to be alone. I'm like, Mom's not going to do anything when we're here. And I literally left the hospital, drove straight to the airport, got on a plane, landed. And by the time I got home at like midnight. And my sister called me at 2 and said, the hospital just called, Mom passed. And I was like, yeah. And it's just kind of what I have realized is all these photos that we've, like my brother, sister, and I have never seen my parents' wedding photos, never seen any photos of them when they're younger. My mom was a smoke show, like fucking fire. I'm like, what? Like everyone looks at them, they're like, was she a model or something? I'm like, no, not that I know of. Like she went to nursing school, but she was a smoke show. And then my dad too. I was like, who's that guy? And they're like, his dad. I was like, no. And they're in the 70s. I should show you guys the photos. Like they're just like in their like total matchy outfits, like total looking like Austin Powers and stuff.
Cool. Oh my God, yes.
Like my mom had an afro and she was all pretty, and then she had like her hair flipped and like it's absolutely incredible. Like I was like, holy cow! I'm like, you know what happened? She had kids, and I'm just like, I didn't even recognize.
We do that sometimes, you know.
Like I was like, but yeah, my brother must. I say blame my brother. He must have ruined her because something happened. She was like long legs, smoke show, just like. Everyone that seems like, wow, like was she like a model? Every photo is like a freaking like Sears catalog photo or something. Every single one. I'm like, huh.
They did a lot of posing in the 70s too.
Oh, everything was a pose in the 70s, I guess, right?
They did.
It was like, and everything was matched. That's I miss guys that dress like that, like very dapper and like just kind of, you know, everybody's in like these like t-shirts and a hat and a ball hat. And
you have to remember too, everything was very Studio 54. It was either Studio 54. It was very taken over by so much soul, and there was a lot of soul musicians that came out in the 70s, and that heightened music and house parties and basement parties and
that's what I remember is like
all
my
that,
dad's birthday
you know.
Christmas Day. So there's always I remember that they'd have like a big birthday party for my dad on Boxing Day, and everybody's in the basement just dancing, and that's what I grew up with.
Yeah.
Right now it's like you go to a bar. I'm like, I have no interest. I'd rather have a good old house party where you can just enjoy yourself. All the jackets are piled up on one bed underneath and piled on top of the children are all locked in another room.
Yes, we've had many of those in our lifetime. Yes.
Right? Yeah. Like there's nothing like that anymore. And like you were just saying that like all this unaliving it seems like it's just increased like exponentially over the past like 20 years.
It really has. Like we just
it's the mental health,
human life very casually. We take casually to human lives, and I don't know, and I got Jaylene on here and I got you on here, but I'm still the mom that would step in front of a moving train.
Yeah.
Even at their age. Or my grandkids, because that's my mentality is to protect my young or my breed, you know.
And I mean, everybody has their battles against their parents. Like, I mean, my mom and I.
Oh gosh, yes, we never understand, and they never understand us. We don't understand ours. It just repeats itself. It just repeats itself.
You know what? Regardless, they brought you into this world, and as they used to tell us, we can take you out at the same time.
Most certainly, I've used that a couple times in my life.
Right? But the thing is nowadays it's that everything. I think it started with the evolution of we never used to play a lot of gun games, Atari and Centipede. Okay, we were learning how to fight centipedes in the sky, but now it's a lot of we're shooting to kill games,
Mhm.
which I don't want to blame it on the video games or blame it on anything.
You
And
can't.
that's what I find that a lot of people are now.
It reprograms your brain.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
If
it's
you
only
keep playing it every single day, and as soon as you get home from school and you sit down, and that's the first couple hours after you get done with socializing with students all day and your classmates, and you
But if
get
they're not socializing is the problem, because
yes,
they're leaving the classroom and
Mhm.
going back home. We had
Mhm.
those 2 hours of play before supper, and then we could maybe play.
We had to
We
go
had
outside.
homework.
This is your 2 hours.
Yeah,
We
you're
eat at this
outside.
time. Mhm.
Street lights come
Don't
on.
let
Get your
that
ass
street
home.
light come on and catch you.
Yeah, you
Oh,
better
that
get
was a
home by the
big
street
one.
light.
Yep.
But now it's the straight games, or but I don't want to put that blame onto like technology, because it's people that have to manage the technology. My parents, we used to have to hide the fact that we didn't have a save button on the Nintendo, so we put like a Post-it and a sticker in a book because the red light would stay on.
Yes,
And there
I
was no
know.
saving on Zelda. So we had to and then we would pray that they never saw it all day long until we got home from school.
Uh-huh.
But if they wanted to blame technology and playing the video games, then
Mhm.
I'd be out there chasing mushrooms, jumping down pipes, and freaking flying, trying to find stuff to make me fly in the sky. There was a time that I was doing that during the rave season, but I did not ever think I had. Well, I did wear a raccoon tail once, but I never did. I did mushroom. Okay, so maybe I was Mario for a little bit, but
Yeah.
I mean, I still knew what was right and what was wrong.
We just were talking tonight, me and my son, earlier, talking about video games and stuff like that, because he's doing live streaming too on
Twitch.
Yes, but on his channel, on his YouTube channel. So he's doing music and he's added streaming, and then the sports, of course, he's going to do sportsbook stuff. But it's funny because he said, "Mom, do you remember years ago, one day we spent $200 on 4 remote controls?" It just came out of nowhere, and I said, "I think I do remember. Didn't we have to go to GameStop or something?" And he goes, "Yeah, you ran for me and Dad once." He said, "But we were playing that fighting game back in the day, and the remotes, you were like, it was intense." And so Dad and I ended up breaking continuous remote controls. And so you had to go, and he said, "We bought 4 remote controls in one day, Mom." I said, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah, because me and Dad had to go there 3 times. And you ran once for us. So yeah." I said, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah." He goes, "In those days, Mom, especially gaming," he said, "You remember you had to go out and get the game just came out. I needed that game, and it was the $60 game, $59.99.
Yeah.
And I had to have it. And then 2 more days later, there's a new one and a new version."
Versus when we were younger, we were all praying that we got the Nintendo, and when we got the Super Kit that came with like Duck Hunt and Super Mario,
Yes.
we were like, it was one game that came with that, and we were so ecstatic. And then when we opened up the next game, I opened up a game, and it was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I was like, "Oh, I get the Ninja Turtles!" And then my brother opened up another game, and it was Street Fighter, and we had those 3 games for like a year. And then we would just borrow other people's games and stuff.
Yeah.
That's what we did. And now it's like my nephew's teaching my brother how to use like his on his like Wii and switching it up to his Switch and all this stuff. And that's what they're learning, and on the iPad. And I don't understand this Roblox game. It's just a bunch of blocks and people are running around. How do you know who's who?
Jaylene, do your kids play a lot of
Roblox? Is that what it's called?
Or no, do they play just games?
Anything?
You know, like do they play PlayStation or Jaylene? Jaylene. I know at some point she's gonna fall asleep on us.
I'm up like wired.
Oh,
I was going to try and email you. There
Oh,
was
you
a
were?
gentleman. that did a webinar tonight on how to monetize your YouTube channel and how to build it properly. And he's got people that only have like 500 views on their videos, and they're still getting sponsorships and stuff for like 5 and 10,000 a month. So I've
That's
got the links. I'll send it to
great.
you because
Yeah,
like
that's great. I watch a lot of those.
yeah, he taught, and he just did it like because he did his brothers, and he's like, I
Hmm.
took a 59-year-old man who's like a trades guy and made him a YouTube channel, and I think his name is Zach of all trades, and he's a
Oh,
plumber.
I think I have seen him.
And like his first video went viral, and now he's like the most like viral like freaking trades plumber guy on YouTube. And he's like, and he did it live like about like
Yeah.
a year ago, and now he's like, so people watched him build that, and it was just built
Wow.
like strictly with this guy, and his brother was able to handle it. Now his brother works on it like 4 hours a week, and it just controls itself, and he's
I
killing like
love it.
maybe 25,000 a month.
I
And I'm like,
love
that's
it.
incredible.
I love
Like
that.
YouTube, and I asked him about live streaming. I was just
Mhm.
like, I have a lot of friends that just started streaming on YouTube, like doing live streams. I'm like, what do you think about that? And I was gonna like get off the webinar because it was like 2 hours later, and then all of a sudden I heard him say, "Oh, and Michelle's asking," and I'm like, "Oh, that's my question." And I was like listening, and then he's like, I think that that is going to be. He's like the live streaming that's coming on YouTube. He's
Uh-huh.
like, I'm going heavy into it because that's where it's going to go to the next level. So if you can get a hold of doing the live stream on YouTube right now, that's where
Hmm.
it's going to start hitting hard. He's like, short form content's there, but it's not going to pay. Do the long form and then use it to break down into your other platforms. And he's like, in
Yes.
live streaming is where it's going to hit
Yeah.
hard. It's
Yeah.
going to hit hard. He's like, within the next 2-3 years, he's like, that's where everything's going to be live
People's
streamed.
going to be trying, a lot of people are going to be trying to get on, and they're not going to be able to because it's going to be so packed, and
Yeah, and there's going to be
it's going to be
the
at
other.
capacities, and it's going to be weird, you know?
They're going to just come up with more rules, especially with the Meta ruling today, right?
The
Like,
metadata is going to come back with, yes, you're
well, Meta got
absolutely right.
sued for the 18
Yep.
billion or whatever, right? And
Yep.
they're like, well, if we have to do it, then every other platform should have to do it as well.
It's
So
true.
that's going to lock down like advertising and all that kind of stuff. So people need to like lock in now for real, because, but I still can't justify when people are saying, oh, well, you did this for the kids are now doing this. Well, control your kids. You know what?
Right.
You shouldn't have to have the computer have to tell you, hi, you're on here for 2 hours. Your parents should know that you've been on here for 2 hours.
You know, when we had our kids, people had the saying, don't let the TV babysit your kids.
Yeah.
And now it seems like it's almost, you say that about video games or Roblox. Yeah. Don't let Roblox babysit your kids. Or
because you don't know what's happening on there. They are interacting with people you don't even know.
I know that there is a deep web in the world. And I only know it not because I've heard it, because I've actually seen it before. Only seen parts, bits and pieces of it when a person was missing.
Mm-hmm.
When a young girl was missing and she was into this game. And this game, every time you won a level of this game, it opened up into a door into another level of the game. And her parents didn't think anything about it because it was just a game. And it was opening, and she loved it because, you know, oh, I'm winning on my game. I just opened up another level, you know, like she's so excited. You know, kids get excited. And so she thinks she's doing something, and then it finally opens up to this dark web. And the dark web is your parents don't love you. Let me come and get you.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get your exact address. And it just, do you have a bank account? Did your parents give you a I mean, it just, the questions are like, I was and had no idea that this existed in this manner. I knew there was bad stuff, but I didn't know it was the luring was so great.
Well, I know that I went on what's the one where they had the dancing or whatever that game was or whatever, Fortnite. And
Oh yeah,
so
yeah, yeah, yeah.
my friend's son was
My
playing it.
grandson loved that
And I
game.
was like, Christian, I'm like, so he's like, well, I'm like, I'll play. So I had it on my iPad and I'm playing with him. And he's like, okay. And he's on his headset talking and stuff. And he's like, sorry, guys. I'm like, well, how do you know there's not some creepy old lady on there right now? And he's
Mhm.
like, you guys, she wants to make sure that there's no creepy old people on here with us. I'm trying not to tell her that she's the creepy old person right now. And I was like, Christian. And I'm like sitting there because I'm trying to play. And I hear this kid and like his dad comes in and goes, I told you not to be on there and you're grounded. And he's like, sorry guys, I gotta go. And hangs up. I'm like, so you guys, I'm like, how do you know there's not an old person there though? He's like, well, you
Right.
kind of don't.
How
And I'm
do
like,
you?
he's like, I don't talk to everybody. I know these people. I'm like, you know them? He's like, yeah, because we can hear their voices. I'm like,
I've
but
heard this. I've heard
you
this.
don't know who they are. It could just be somebody that has a voice recorder. It could be somebody younger. He's like, well, I know them because he's like, we've emailed each other. And I'm like, so now you have your email. And now you're emailing your friend. I'm like, so the friend that you heard is dad. Okay, I can trust that. But how would your friends know who I am if I'm just on there? And he's like, well, we try not to let anybody that's strangers into our group. I'm like, but somebody bad could get in there. He's like,
How do you know if they're strangers or not, though?
right? You're meeting up random people on the internet. I mean, it's not like a chat room, but
No,
it is a chat room for kids.
it is.
And it's a global chat room for kids, and you never know who's there.
Mhm.
So, I mean, the internet has brought a lot of good to people because we can connect like this, but we also don't know who else is connecting with the people that are
Oh
vulnerable
my, no
and
kid.
don't know,
We just had two tonight.
right?
2 whack jobs.
And that's it. The thing
Red
is,
painted face.
they're
His
here to
whole
do what?
face is painted. All you see is the eye. Oh, I took pictures. I always take pictures.
Like,
And so I can get their name and remember them, memorize what they look like. So if I see them again, I know who it is right off bat. Even if they change the name, I still can recognize the face.
that's
Even with that
incredible.
red paint, even with that red paint. Oh, let me see if I can show it to you. Because
I
I
just
did.
don't get how people are, it's in the past. I think a lot of
And they did everything to get my attention, and I just kept.
really.
Oh yeah, and then Bruce told me, there's people down there. I said, mm-hmm.
I think
But that's
COVID
what
had a
they
lot
want.
to do with
They want the attention. They want,
yeah.
and I can't. I have
People don't know
break
how to
the
communicate
cycle.
with other people anymore. They lost that human connection when it
And I
came to
just feel
COVID
like I
time.
can't. I have to break some type of a cycle over here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So here's the. Here's the second one.
What is wrong with people?
Okay, that's the
It's just his
second.
beard. He was just like
Bobby Blue Balls.
Like, how do you?
Bobby
I'm
Blue
gonna talk to you like
Balls.
this. That's
Mhm.
it.
And then
That's ridiculous.
this is a good one. Oh yeah, this is him. I guess he's
That's ripped out like all my hair.
or I guess he's supposed to be laughing at us.
Like,
And
but those people have nothing else better to do than to
nothing,
just
girl.
be
Yeah,
on somebody like. And you
oh,
wanna complain about it.
here's the one though. This is just hilarious to me because the way that his hair sticking out from his headphones are the absolute funniest thing in the world.
And he's painted his face red.
That's the one I told you. I am never going to not tell you the truth. Yep, painted his face red.
Like, what do you have to do in life to like just?
But you can
decide-
still see his face. You can still tell what his face looks like. That's what cracks me up about it. It
Well,
just
and that's the thing is that there used to be that it was like a random chat thing or something like that where you just hit like chat and it just chat roulette and it's just random chatting to people and it's I mean that was like the most exciting random things that you would do. You didn't know who you were going to talk to or what they were doing and you're like, whoa, next. And you could just move on. But now
I need that button. I need the next button because I always have to find the. But now I'm
now
on.
people
Ever
sit there and
since that
watch you.
Mo Glow, I'm on it.
No.
The one that wanted to pull his pants down for everybody. I'm. Oh yeah, I got one of those too once. That's what made me learn. is that
You gotta report them.
he came in and he was just like, you guys, I don't think you like gays in here, and I don't think you like. I was like, what? And I was like, what makes you think that? I don't. What? And it was like, I didn't expect it. He just fed me. You know what I mean? I didn't expect it. I wasn't on my P's nor my Q's. And then I was like, oh, so then now I'm a little quicker than I was before. I pay attention. You know, they can still get through. Yeah, they can still get through. But I try to be just a little bit more wiser than I was before and pay attention. And I never let them up. I'll let them sit there until I know who it is. If I've never heard your name before or it sounds crazy like Bobby Blue Balls, you're gonna sit there for a while.
Backstage, and then you can come up.
Yeah, you're gonna sit there for a while because I'm gonna see who you truly are.
Yeah,
because you're gonna start playing back there because you're in the backstage.
Mm-hmm.
That's how people can tell, and that's what I started paying attention to. Really, you know. So yeah, it was great.
I think that COVID hurt a lot of people because they lost how to communicate with people properly, and they don't know how to.
I think that it definitely did that, and I think people got inside and they got to doing things like trolling and in things that they didn't have to leave the house.
No, and they don't have, and this is a guard for them because you don't know. I can do whatever I want behind this computer.
You can't touch me.
I can not like you.
Neener.
Like it's Nicky Dandor, right? But it's like, why? And what's causing you to do that? Like, are you hurting? Do you need to talk?
It's so bizarre.
Because everyone needs some therapy, and everybody needs to talk to somebody or something because it's like beyond. I can't handle it.
You are so right.
It's just everyone needs to talk to somebody and realize your mental health is something that, because you're unaliving your parents. How many people on YouTube are doing that? Like you're watching the police.
I can't even with who. That is disgusting. Who does that?
Well,
who does that?
It's an Nancy Guthrie case.
I know.
It's the algorithm has like flipped. So I'll be sitting here, and if something goes off, and all of a sudden Monks will be playing, and then it'll be like a body cam footage or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I watch these body cam footages, and I'm like, what's going on in the world that this is happening?
Mm-hmm.
Like
it's crazy.
Everywhere.
Have you seen these before?
Servers?
They're baby ones.
I'm on Coke bottles.
They're just little. Oh, you're Coke. They're just little. Look how small they are. They're just little
nice.
ones. Yeah. So I was like,
sugar-free Coke bottles. I was like, they're made with like protein. Like,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, we're talking about Starburst and Coke bottles. That's so funny.
But no, it's the whole premise of, you know, like I just can't understand how this world is going. If this is the handbasket that hell's going into, because why can't there just be a little bit more compassion and love and empathy?
No,
and the respect that we had for our elders, the respect that, you know, kids have no respect for their elders because they don't know what that is. And it's just trickled down.
So sad to me.
It's trickled down from their parents didn't have the parents to parent them. Mm-hmm. Because all of a sudden it was, you can't discipline your kids like this because now you're going to get charged with child abuse. You can't do this because this is going to happen. And now it's like a big ta-da.
And we had a lot of epidemics. You know what I mean? Yeah. We had a lot of societal epidemics. We had unemployment was at a rise for a while, a couple years. We had different drug epidemics for people. You know,
it's not just the pot. It's not just the pot that people are all up in arms about anymore, because now it's the fentanyl and the everything else, right?
They need to let that other one go, because that's just.
Well, yeah, the marijuana is legal here.
If people just looked at what they carry inside their bodies, we already carry so many. It's cannabinoids.
Yeah,
we as
all the
women,
cannabinoids are
we
ridiculous.
we as women keep different forms of cannabinoids in our bodies. We even keep them in our ducts, in our breasts. We have so many already. We just
Yeah,
don't
and they
have
help
the
heal.
ones that we smoke or intake, but we
Yeah.
already have ones that are already inside of us.
Yeah, it's the same thing that, like, the whole peptide freaking craze that's going on right now. And
Now
that's the
explain
whole,
that one to me.
so you know how the whole Ozempic thing that's happening right now? Everyone's
Yes.
on Ozempic. Ozempic is
Yes.
actually something called semaglutide,
Yes,
which is a
correct.
peptide.
Yes. Okay.
Peptides are naturally forming in your body,
Correct.
except the Ozempic it's so that's
Doesn't it speed them up?
well, no, it's different because it blocks and it blocks a glucagon inhibitor. So the glucagon triggers another thing. So semaglutide will stop that. So then you kind of lose that ability to think about food all the time, and it slows your digestion down.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's the next one
That
up.
happens to me all the time with all these medicines.
Yeah,
Just
I
it
can
changes
imagine.
your appetite. You know what I
Yep.
mean? It's just really
And then
good.
they have the next one is like a trizepatide or something, and then they have retatrutide. So it's like
Mhm.
the second one it works with two antagonists, so the glucagon and then another one, and
Mhm.
then the retatrutide works with three, so it stops the brain fog, slows your digestion, and it speeds up the metabolism. So they say it's like the be all end all to healing your
Right
body from
on.
the inside. But you
Yeah,
make all these it yourself.
you
It's
do.
just that
You do.
something is preventing it from being released. So we need to get down to the base of, is it an iron deficiency that's causing this not to work? It's one to one. So
Or
if
is
you
it a
can start fixing
thyroid
the root
situation
problem,
that's in
right?
depth that they can't figure out? Because
So instead of
I
just
know
taking
thyroid trouble, hit me really quick.
yeah,
I didn't know, radiation killed it.
yeah,
With the bottom teeth, it did this. It was this part that I ended up, for some reason, the protection didn't get it right here.
yeah, you have to like flush that stuff out of your system. Like when they said I had MS, and I was like, nope. And well, they first gave me the diagnosis. They said, okay, we need you to come back because they took my blood work, and like my red blood cell level was just completely out of control. So they said, we need you to come back and see an oncologist because it's either your deep vein thrombosis, which could be, if that thing moves, it's to your heart or your lungs and you're gone. And your levels are all kind of really strange. And we're looking to see, and they ran tests for like hours. And this was smack dab in the middle of COVID time. So I'm surrounded by people that are like all sick. I'm in a hospital. They're telling me I can't take the shot because it may cause blood clots. If I'm already trying to work
Yes.
on blood clot, then no. And they said, well, you could have leukemia, lymphoma, or sickle cell anemia. And I just said, those are my options.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's not a good option. And when I
Pick
went home,
an option.
I went home and I was like just baffled. And my best friend called me and she had convinced me about this to get this machine or whatever. And like I've sold a whole bunch of stuff, right? And every time I started a new business, she bought whatever I sold. So when she called me like 2 weeks prior or whatever, and I was like, yeah, here's the card, whatever, Marie. Yeah, I'll do it. Like I was selling sex toys, she bought the kit when I was doing all that kind of network marketing, right? So I'm like, I'm not selling anything. She's like, this is it. This is our end game. And I said, nah, Marie, just here's my card. Just do whatever. And she's like, okay. She comes back. She's like, okay, well, you're going to be on in-house financing. I was like, okay, whatever, Marie, just here's the card. And then so I get it. I threw it in my back room. I'll open it later. And then she's like, so where's your machine? And I said, what do you mean? She's like, well, Michelle, you need to start drinking your water. I'm like, Marie, stop with this damn water thing. She went like water Nazi and was like telling me about the hydrogens and the blah, blah, blah. I'm like,
My
stop
son
it.
was like that.
Like, I now
yes.
understand when I come on strong about something, Marie, simmer down. And she became a water nerd. She knew everything. And I'm so grateful for her because now I'm a water nerd. But she's like, Michelle, you need to start drinking your water. And I said, I drink water, Marie. She's like, no, where's your machine? I'm like, in my back room. She's like,
in my bucket.
5,000 machine sitting in your box in the back room. I'm like, a what? I thought she said it was 500. She's like, no, it's $5,000 and your card didn't hold it. So that's why you're on payments. And I'm like, whoa. And she's like, listen, your body needs to flush out the toxins that are in your system, and
Yeah.
everything starts from inflammation.
Yep.
So if you're inflamed, you need to get an antioxidant in your body, and this is the strongest antioxidant that's out there. And I said, whatever, I drink your green tea. She's like, one glass of water is the equivalent to 18 liters of green tea. And I was like, I'll have a glass of water then, because I don't need to be peeing all night long. And she's like, hook up the machine and drink your water. And she's never yelled at me before in 25 years that I've known her. And she was yelling. And I went and I found a hookup and I got it all hooked up and I sat there. It was a Thursday and I sat there, drank water all day Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And Monday, when I went back to the hospital, the same emergency doctor was there because I had to go meet an oncologist and all this kind of stuff. And he just came in and he's like, hello again. And he was a hot doctor from South Africa. Oh, his name was Dr. Compton. Well, Crompton. I just knew it was straight out of Compton. But so Dr. Compton there comes in and he's like, so what did you do? And I said, what? He's like, well, I'm not going to send you to oncology. He's like, because all your levels, your RBCs are up and everything else is down and everything's balanced. I'm like, I just drank my water. My friend yelled at me and I drank my water. And he's like, what? What do you mean? He's like, what are you drinking? And I showed it to him and he's like, oh, okay, yeah, I get it.
You drink your water. What do you mean?
Well, because it's molecular hydrogen and it basically reverses everything. So I was like, okay. So he's like, just keep drinking your water. I'm like, so now do I need to take the COVID shot? He's like, I'm not telling you not take the COVID shot, but if you've been in here this many times and you've been sitting here surrounded by these people and you're still not sick, he's like, just listen to your friend. So I listened to Marie. I took the vitamins that she told me to take that the company sold or whatever, and I drank this water. I've never been sick since 2020. Because
knock on wood.
Yeah, knock on wood. It's because nothing survives in an alkaline body, not even cancer.
That's what I'm drinking right now is alkaline water.
But make sure it's good alkaline because they can actually just do additive of water, right? And then I take the turmeric, which is like a two grade with a curcumin in it. And I've never in my life felt better. The fact that when I finally when they diagnosed me with MS, and I said no, and they said I had lesions on my brain and my spine, and I had four on my brain, and then I had 6 on my spine. And then I was just like, okay, well, that's good. So I'm just going to go about my business and I'm not going to have MS. And they're like power of mind over matter. I'm telling you, I'll say my affirmations and we're good to go.
Yeah.
And I went back 6 months later and they did my new scans. And he's like, we're going to still refer you to the MS clinic, but I've never seen what's going on in your brain happen. And I said, what? He's like, well, you have more lesions. And I was like, oh no. He's like, but they're smaller. And it kind of looks like this one's split. So you have 6, but they're smaller than they were before. So maybe it's not MS. And I said, oh, I don't have MS. And he's like, okay, Michelle. And then he went and looked at the ones in my spine. He's like, again, he's like, these 6 are now basically 9, but they're all smaller. He's like, I think your lesions are splitting or these. And I was like, okay. And he's like, it almost looks like you're rebuilding the myelin on your nerves because that's what it does. And I was like, okay, whatever you say. And they're like, that's not normal for it to be MS, Michelle. And I said, that's good because I don't have MS. So I'm saying I don't. And then they said, okay, well, we'll just let you keep going then. So then they said it was functional neurological disorder and it was something else. And I'm just like, you know what? You guys keep telling yourselves what I have, and I'm just going to go about and live my life. So whatever you guys want to do, I'm going to try and just eat healthy, get healthy, do what I can naturally because I don't want to take your prescriptions. Right. I don't want to take your guinea pig freaking shots or anything. And I've been healthier than I was before. And now it's just like I can see that my mom, and when she was there, I'd go visit her at her hospital and I would give her some water. And my brother was like, that stuff doesn't work. And I was like, whatever, Glenn. And I played frequency for her, like a healing frequency tone for Alzheimer's. And she would spark up. And the nurses are like, what do you do to your mom? Because we can see her start to slowly decline after you leave. And I said, well, I'm probably her trigger one. And they're like, oh yeah, we know. Because she thinks that this lady's you. And the lady's like, you're Michelle? "Oh yeah, your mom thinks I'm you." And I'm like, "Give you a hard time?" And she's like, "More than you know." And I was like, "Yeah, welcome to my life." But I'd give her the water, and then as the water's slowly dissipating through her body, she would slowly go back and start stepping back, because they say that Alzheimer's is like type 3 diabetes, and it's
Mhm.
dehydration of your brain. So if you can hydrate your body, hydrate the brain, it starts to just kind of come back to life. And
Mhm.
the doctor that was at the hospital, he's like, if you had started doing this with your mom, she'd probably still have Alzheimer's, but she probably would have had a longer period of a time that was there. And I was like, my brother was sitting there, and I was just like, yeah, nothing we can do now. But it's just something that more people really need to know about. The effects that are in our environment is killing us. This world is killing us unless we take care of it.
I
There's so
just
much
did
rampant
today. I
cancers.
did genetic testing
Yeah.
at the oncologist's office. It was my turn to do genetic testing because I'm just approaching my 3 years of fighting.
Hmm.
And my son went with me, of course, and he was sitting there and he said, "We're going to test your mom for 65 different genetic cancers." And, and my son went, "There's that many?" And he said, "There's a lot of different." He said, "We do believe that your mom, because the family history," he said, "you don't really have it in your family too much. So we think that it is definitely environmental, and it comes from the environment of something that she's absorbed, eaten."
Yeah. That's like my mom dies of Alzheimer's and dementia. Her
My
friend,
husband, I lost my husband to dementia.
right?
I took care of
Her
him
one
for
of them
2 years.
2 years, right? It took
Hmm.
him 2 years. My mom was in there for about 6 now.
Two strokes that
Yeah.
caused it.
It's environmental, because what my auntie Sherry, she
Hmm.
died 6 days before my mom, and
That's
then my
great.
mom's best friend died 6 days after her. So all three of these women came from Trinidad, which is an island that
It's
wasn't
beautiful.
very technical or anything or
No,
technology.
but gorgeous island and
Yeah,
very,
but they were all in
their
nursing.
musical lives. And I
Oh
mean, they're
yeah,
just, they're
carnival,
doing
everything. They were all in nursing, working in
wonderful.
3 different hospitals in Calgary, but they all end up dying of dementia within 6 days of each other. They were
What
also
did you,
they were also caterers. So maybe it was the steel pots that they were cooking through. Who knows? But something is triggering people. And Bruce Willis, I'm just gonna say, knock on wood, praise God, like Bruce Willis stays alive, because he's got the exact same one that my mom had, which is frontal temporal,
hmm
and he got diagnosed with that at the exact same time as my mom. And then last week I saw an article that said that he's declining,
hmm
and it won't surprise me if in the next 2 or 3 weeks that we get notice that Bruce Willis passes away, because he's been in line with everything my mom has happened with her. He's happened with him, and then Bruce his people had messaged my business, because I tweeted him once and I said, you guys should really try this molecular hydrogen, blah blah blah, because it helps my mom. And then I got this like email from it was like Bruce Wayne Willis or something like that, and it was their people messaging saying, can you tell us more information? So I sent them all this information about it, and then they ended up they're like, oh well, Demi has one of those, and it's like, well, she drinks it. I'm like, well, give some to Bruce. And she had a machine, because a lot of the celebrities have the machines and
hmm
people have no idea. Like
hmm
Oprah, Bill Gates, like Steven Tyler swears by it. Like it's something that is out there. And
hmm
the Anti-Cancer Institute of the United States has like
hmm
a chapter in their whole pamphlet of what you need to do to get the radiation out of your system, and it gives you a whole protocol. And
Man,
so
out of
like
your system, on your system. Yeah, it's crazy.
people need to know that
It
the
burns you so bad.
environment.
It's terrible. People don't even have a clue. I would go through chemo again before I go through radiation.
Yeah. My but people know your cell phone is technically killing you. Like
Yes.
the EMF that's coming off that, and people are like, oh, that's just like hogwash and stuff like that. I'm like, really?
I don't put I used to put it right here sometimes.
Yeah. And that's what And where do men put it nowadays? In their back pocket or their front pocket. So you're going to put that next to your groin.
Mm-hmm.
And how much
And there is
prostate
way
cancer is
more.
out there now?
My doctor was telling us today there's more prostate cancer and
Breast
there's
cancer.
more testicular
Cancer. And that's where guys are putting it right their front pocket, right?
Mm-hmm. That's what he told me.
There's my friend used to be an avid hiker, and she had her dog, and her dog kept getting sick. And they took the dog to the vet, and the dog ended up having this tumor on its side. They had no idea why this dog got its tumor. Like, the dog is healthy, that hikes all the time, like she was a hiker. And then the dog went through like surgery, got it removed, did all the treatment, started hiking again, and boom, gets the tumor back. And she's like, we have no idea why. And then she went and looked. Where does she put her cell phone? The vest of the dog had pockets. So she would put the cell phone in the pocket of the dog, right where that tumor was.
I think we'll find much more out about cell phones and
if you look in your cell phone,
what
if you
they
have an
do
iPhone,
to us. Yeah.
It actually says in the license and agreement that you technically should be holding your cell phone so you can't sue Apple for if you get brain cancer or anything. If you don't hold your phone 2 feet from you, and because you're not supposed to hold your phone up here. It's in there. It's in the terms and conditions.
Are you serious?
If you put a case on your phone, you void the terms and conditions, and so it's your fault because now you're blocking that. The iPhone 14 was banned in the UK because it was emitting too much radiation. But it's the same one that was out in the United States and Canada, North America, never banned it because they allow you to have so much radiation. But if you don't, if you put a cell phone case on, it's voided. You can't sue Apple. If you put a protector on it, you can't sue Apple.
But wouldn't it mean that you're just trying to protect yourself a little bit better? Wouldn't that be what it means, though?
If you want to sue Apple for giving you cancer or something, but you hold your phone like this, no, can't do it. You're supposed to hold it out like this and talk on a wireless, basically on speakerphone.
Okay.
That's how you're supposed to use your cell phone.
Wow.
But who does that? We're all like this. Or you go and plug in the earpods. Earpods are, we did radiation tests on them.
Yeah.
And so we have them on the desk and the radiation's in, and it shows like it's going up to like 700 on the meter. And then they take them, nothing's connected yet, and put them into their ears. And then we tested it again, and the radiation's gone down. Where is that going? Right into here. As soon as you put it in, it's all of a sudden reduced because it's getting absorbed into your body. So then they turned it on, and it was like, again, it just went right through.
That makes complete sense, unfortunately.
Sitting in hybrid vehicles, Teslas, it was like through the roof. And then they went and plugged in this machine that the company sells, and it dropped down to 0. They plug it in, and it protects your whole room, and it guards it. Elon Musk went to our CEO and tried to buy it off of him. And he's like, "What? Well, no, we can provide it to our Tesla drivers." And he's like, "No," like a Japanese guy, right? And he's like, "No, it's okay, And Elon Musk wrote down a number and gave it to him. And Mr. Oshiro said no. And then he gave him another number. And his translator, like, he's who I got a tattoo with one night in Japan when I got drunk on sake. And he's like, I saw the number. I just saw zeros and commas. And Mr. Oshiro said, no, this is for my distributors and to get to the world. And Elon's like, well, okay, wait, let me give you this. And gave him another number. And Mr. Oshiro stood up, bowed, turned around and walked out. And he said, any man that's going to offer that much money is only there for evil. And then that was it. And then he ended up started putting the product out on the market. And we're having so much trouble it's all over Malaysia now. Australia is allowed to have it. The UK is going to be getting it. India is just about to get it. But Canada and the US is still fighting us to even let the product out here. Why? Why is that? Because we're blocking EMF. It's not doing anything but protecting us. So why are you fighting it, Canada? Why are you fighting it, USA? USA is actually getting it on Friday, but Canada's still holding back. Just
That's
like
crazy. Wow.
Yeah, the EMF. It's the studies they did when you can see like a live blood analysis,
Yeah.
and the guys are like, they take a blood drop and you can see their blood. They then get on their phones for 20 minutes, did another blood drop, and what it does is it's called the Rumelo effect, and it
Mm-hmm.
takes your blood cells and it compresses it, and
Yep.
it just makes them look like they're angry, and it's like disgusting. So then they go and plug it in, and then he was playing on his phone for 20 minutes again, and you could see that it separates all your blood cells
Right.
and everything because it's blocked the whole thing. Well, EMF's all around us. We can't stop it. We're on our computers right now. We've
Mm-hmm.
got our Wi-Fi routers probably somewhere close by. The TV's on. You might
Mm-hmm.
have your smart home. Like
Mm-hmm.
everything's around us has some sort of a radiation frequency. So they have the home protector, and it is just the sleep you get, your body feels energized and stuff like that. And it is just when I see that other countries have no problem allowing that to their people, but yet North America's like fighting us for it.
Yeah.
And the same like with the pills that we had, as soon as people
Mm-hmm.
started getting better during
Yep.
COVID,
Yep.
all of a sudden they came to the company and said you're not allowed to sell those in Canada anymore. It's illegal. So now we have to get them through the United States. We
Mm-hmm.
circumvent them.
Yep.
The machine that like I sell, it has 7 different types of water, right?
Hold on one
And
second.
one makes, yeah,
Jaylene.
she's sleeping. Rock-a-bye, Jaylene, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Jaylene, are you there? She's sleeping.
Okay. I just wanted to check.
Yeah, no, they said that we weren't allowed to have those pills, and when they told us, oh, the machine that because one of the buttons makes sanitizer, and
Mm-hmm.
it says sanitizer, and they use it in like Japanese hospitals to sanitize the hospitals. It's a
Right.
medical device. But then during COVID, they said we're not allowed to tell people it makes sanitizer. I'm like, what? Why? Like because all those other big companies need to be. Oh, look, Bausch and Lomb's now making sanitizer. Go buy it. When we have a machine that people could get, and it makes it kills it kills SARS, MRSA, HIV off of a hard surface in less than 1 second, and
Mm-hmm.
COVID off of a surface. So they
Mm-hmm.
said we had to say it was sterile solution. I'm like, the button says sanitizer right there on the damn machine, and it makes it so it's almost a molecule off of bleach. Like, but it's natural. It's making it out of your kitchen sink.
Yeah.
So like, why are you the government? The government likes to control a lot of things, and that's when I realized that there's just so much that they're
Yes.
not.
They like to control so much of us.
Yeah, and that's why you're only allowed to go out with 6 people. Remember the groups of 6?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, oh, if you're going out in a large group, it has to be no more than 6 people. Well, I was watching a show on Gaia, which is like the spiritual scientific network or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and it was from like 6 years ago, and
Mm-hmm.
it was a lady talking about that the government is already in the works of creating something that's going to be an epidemic of an illness that's going to be airborne and blah blah blah. And I'm just like,
Wow.
because I'm a nerd, so when I start watching something, I like to go to season 1. So
Yeah.
I thought, oh, I must have
Mhm.
accidentally
I'm
hooked
like
the
that
wrong.
too. I don't want to. I want to start from the beginning.
I want to start at the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And like I'm so far back that they're talking about the guys talking about, oh, so you're telling me that soon we're going to be able to order stuff from our phones and it's just going to show up at our house? And I'm like, and
That's what
he does
it's
like
doing
he
now.
does the radio show Coast to Coast. It's George. His name's George something or other,
Coast
and
to
it's like
coast. Mhm.
yeah. So it's his live talk show, right? And he's like, so you're telling me that pretty soon we're going to be able to order stuff right to our doorstep? So it's before the Amazon time. So I thought, oh,
Oh
I
yeah,
must
it
have turned
was.
it on and pressed the wrong show. Like it must have pressed a current one because they're
Yeah.
talking about this global epidemic of
Mhm.
people getting sick, and it's going to be a disease that's going around. And I'm like, oh, this must be the new show. And then I realized, no, this show is from like 7 years ago or 8 years ago. So if they were talking about it then, and now it's happening, and then the next episode was the financial crisis of the banks are going to start closing down. And then it's going to be, they're going to have you in groups of like 4 to 5 people because it's easier to do facial recognition when you only have 4 or 5 people with you. And I'm like, all these conspiracy theories that people have been talking about are actually what they were talking about back like 7-10 years ago. And it's now is what's happening. And yeah, they've gone through a whole bunch of stuff, just like the 9/11. And it's just like that. I stopped watching Netflix to start watching Gaia because the things that people have brought to light, like you would think that when 2 towers fall down, that maybe the Richter scale would have moved a little bit when you have giant buildings shaking the earth. Considering if you drop a bowling ball, it bounces on the Richter scale from the same height, but 2 giant buildings don't move the Richter scale. Not one fucking blip.
Well, maybe it was just, I don't know how you could explain that away.
Where did the concrete go?
Oh, they took it out. Didn't you
When?
see they had all those trucks to take all that concrete away?
Where?
That was there forever, and then they took it. I think they put some in the water.
But this is like right after the towers fell. The concrete was already gone.
No, it was there for a long time. It was there because they didn't bring in those work trucks and stuff for quite a while because they wanted to still find people. So
Yeah,
they'd
but
have
no,
the concrete
they tell
pieces
you
moved.
they may have told you that, and you may have thought, okay, I've
Well,
seen the
I
rubble.
watched them work on it.
Yeah,
Because
but
they
when you
showed
think
it.
about the amount of concrete, because there's film of George Stroumboulopoulos or whatever his name is, Stephanopoulos or whatever.
Stephanopoulos. Mhm.
Yeah, Stephanopoulos. He was
Mhm.
on site, and it was the
Yes,
day
he
that
was.
they asked him a question, and they're like, "So George, where is the building? Like, where's the concrete and stuff?" And he turns around and he's like, "Well, it must have gone into the ground." And then they're like,
It did, but into the water.
but not that much. Look how tall the towers were. You
Oh,
would see
yeah.
tiles of it, and it didn't go in the water though.
Well, it did,
I know
but they had
there's
to
a lot
spread
of
it
there's a
out
lot
on
of iffy
barges.
stuff.
It is,
A lot.
but they had to put it out on barges and then disperse it through the water, is how I saw it.
Yeah.
Because that's what they do with most things that
Most
concrete.
like implosions and stuff.
Yeah, they have
But
to
there was
disperse
something.
it and they have to get
People
rid
were
of it
jumping out
somewhere.
of the buildings, taking off your clothes. Why would you jump while you're taking your clothes off unless you were getting some sort of a radiation or
A
they were
heat
jumping
of
naked.
some sort,
Heat
yes.
source.
Because
Like
you
a
figure the
thermal.
engines of those planes, just alone, the
jet fuel.
Yes, it has to be some kind of
Yeah.
a
But there's
heat.
no.
It's got to be some kind of a strong, like you're just getting all of a sudden it's like this. The closest thing I can come to it is when you're inside in your air conditioning and you've been in there for hours or a day or two and you haven't gone outside in the heat. And maybe you live in a place that's extremely warm like Tucson or Las
And it hits you in
Vegas.
the face.
And it's 100. Yes, it's that feeling, but think about it being continuous and it doesn't go away. And you're trapped. You're trapped in a space where that is continuous. You can't go get reprieved from it. You can't go stick
I
your head in
I don't deny that. In my opinion, I don't deny that the planes hit those buildings.
Oh yeah.
But in my opinion, the planes didn't take down those buildings. Something else did. Because there's no physical way that the impact of those planes, even if they were full of jet fuel, would be able to take those 2 towers down. There isn't a scientific way. And that's from like mechanical engineers, structural engineers. They said no, they couldn't have taken down that. The impact wouldn't have caused the tower to crash. There's no mechanic.
but it takes such a very little amount of explosion, normal explosions to implode huge buildings. So it just seems to me
that's dynamite that's laid all the way through. If they like, I worked in construction when we had to
it's only in certain spots from in Las Vegas when they have to take and implode the casinos.
But you know how much? Do you know how much like explosives are needed to do one of those?
But if you look at an airplane, the airplane is nothing but an explosive unit.
But that would still take off the top of the building. Sure. I'll give you that.
I mean, it just seems like if there's any structural damage to certain types of buildings, especially the ones that are the Twin Towers,
which are made with the most sturdy concrete and rebar in the world.
The
to withstand all the wind
of how fast those planes are going at that moment, because their knots are so up there so high that no car, no other vehicle could ever keep up with an airplane like that. Not a train, nothing.
Because the only thing that would take down that amount of concrete and rebar would be the force of a spaceship. That's how fast you would have to be. Being even a plane going as fast as it was to go in.
But how do we know what a spaceship can do?
They know what how fast a spaceship can go. That's how you get out of the orbit. NASA knows.
Well, what I'm saying is our spaceship, say Apollo. I'm just picking Apollo. Apollo couldn't do that to those buildings.
Yep. For sure. Yeah. Do you know how many G-force it takes for that?
So you're answering another question. So how many do you think the airplane's got on it?
Less than a space shuttle.
Well, I'm not saying the comparison to the space shuttle. What I'm saying is that an airplane holds so much G-force because of the length of the airplane, what it has to carry, the pounds of it. With a spaceship, it doesn't carry the pounds that an airplane does. That's all I'm saying. There's just a difference there. You know, because a spaceship can only take a few people. We know that. It can't take an abundance of amount of people. It can only take what it can fit to ride or what it's allowed to have. You know, and you have to be under certain weight. Huh?
It's lift the weight and the thrust, right?
Yes, but the weight, even with astronauts, they have to be a certain type of weight to be able to get on the ship that day.
Yeah. So a 737 is about 2.5 Gs in a clean configuration. And
where are you getting that from?
El Google.
The 2.5 Gs.
2.5 Gs is a 737.
Okay, but that's a small plane. What about
a 737?
Those planes weren't 737s.
Yeah,
those were massive planes. Those were American Airlines. Those were the biggest plane you can have.
Spaceship use. Well, I'll look that. Hold on, I'll check.
Yeah, look and see what they were. They were large planes because they were American Airlines.
NASA, I believe they were just so the G-force of a spaceship is how many G's do a spaceship have? Is the force of moves and spaceship is, I think it's how many G's for over 20 G's.
Okay.
So that's over 20 G's versus a plane. And then I'll just ask him. What?
That's why they blow up before they can even hit space. A lot of times. They can't even make it there because of the G-force.
Well, that's why they have the additional thrusters. There's 767.
But they have the explosion levels too because of that reason.
So there's 767s.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
So
it's the largest plane because they go to
767 and a 757. So it's it's bigger than a 737 for sure, but it's still not as strong.
My entire life, yes.
Yeah.
And I knew that those are European planes. Those are ones that take people to Europe, take people to Mexico,
The cross country.
We were on a 767. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember when airplanes used to be able to go upstairs to like the lounge area?
Yes.
I love
Yes.
those.
United was big for that.
Yeah.
United was
Cross
big for
continental
that.
ones,
The
they
big
used to go up.
jumbos. We called them the jumbo planes.
They have the spiral staircase.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I snuck up there once while my dad was smoking in the back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you could smoke
Smoking
on the planes
airplane.
then too.
Hmm?
You could smoke on the airplanes then too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We talked
I don't
about that
know how did
very
that work.
recently.
Back
We were
half of the
talking about
plane
that.
was a smoking section.
I
And
can
he had the
believe
little
that.
ashtray in your armchair.
Yep, there was a little ashtray right there. And some of the planes, it's funny because you'll get on an older plane
And they
that
still have it.
yes, and they'll still have the little square slot. And I don't think anymore, but some years ago they still had it. I used to
Yeah,
crack
when I was
about it.
traveling up north, we'd still have them because we'd like flick them all the time, I remember.
Mhm.
And then the old headsets and stuff they used to plug into the armrest
Yes,
to watch the one TV.
definitely. I am getting tired. My eyes are
Yeah.
getting heavy. What is it? It's 3:19 here. What time is it where you are?
3:19.
Okay, we have the same time.
Yep.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so glad you came up today.
No, I'm glad. I needed to talk to people and see y'all.
Yeah, I'm so
It's
glad
been
you
nice.
did.
Oh, we haven't even looked at the chat in a while. Hello, everybody.
I've looked. I've paid attention.
Is
It
there
hasn't
anybody
moved
else?
for a while. Like people are just really listening. I think because that's when
Oh,
it
everyone's
does.
using us to go to sleep. Or
And
just,
I see the amount up on the screen, so I can still. The people are still here. They're
Really?
just probably laying there listening or something. Mhm.
telling you stories.
They
Tell me,
just
Kitty.
haven't been chatting.
So,
As
okay,
of
but
recent, but I can see
KPD.
them up there. Mhm.
So, just a quick review. So,
There's Dee Dee.
KPD.
She just refreshed. See, there they
Yeah,
are.
KPD. Hello.
Hi. Good morning.
So,
Curiosity.
is
71. I love that.
KPD getting off?
Oh, it's 6:19 there. I don't believe so.
You don't
I'd
think
be
so?
surprised. No, I don't think so.
You don't think
I
he's
don't
going to
think
get off, or
so.
they're just going to blame it on Diddy?
I think he's not taking the stand. They're done. They both, yes. Now they're waiting for the closing statements. They're done. The prosecution finished the other day, and the defense finished today.
But what was the defense?
He's not speaking on his behalf. So Suge Knight is not going to get what he wanted him to do. Because that's what he kept saying. I'm going to be a hostile witness. I'm not snitching on nobody. He said, but he needs to get up there and he need to tell it who it is. Because there's several of them. And that was in 2 different interviews in the same week. And he said pretty much the same thing both times. And I just thought to myself, yeah, the diddler piddler is probably involved.
Yeah, and Snoop Dogg.
And he
As much
can't
as I
go
love
back.
Snoop Dogg, I think that Snoop Dogg had something to do with it. Unfortunately, it was to.
I don't know. I just know that it was a West Coast, East Coast, a huge West Coast, East Coast thing, and enough to where this whole thing with the Keefe D and the Tupac and all this whole thing starts with a chain. If you really wanted to know the truth of this whole kit and caboodle, it's really because Keefe D's nephew stole a death row chain. Yeah. And that's where it starts. And they saw him in the fight. And that's why all that transpired. And then they had to, of course, retaliate. But this chain was definitely part of it. That they gawked and made fun that they had one of the chains.
And I think it was the fact that Diddy got them, or one of the boys, like one of the crew from the West Coast, to get Biggie. Because
in my opinion, that was an inside job.
Yeah, that was Diddy, 100% in my opinion, because Diddy didn't like that he was getting big, and Biggie was now starting.
He was bigger than Diddy.
Yeah, and
Did nobody want to see Diddy? They wanted to see Biggie, and then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, Diddy had to be in every single movie.
every
Every
single
single
video,
video.
every single.
Just like Suge got up there and said at the Source Awards, he didn't mince words.
Mhm.
He got up there with his big body self, and he said, "Come on over to Death Row if you don't want me." He was basically talking about himself. You don't want me in your video, every single video.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he was telling people. Because Diddy was doing that. He
Yeah.
was in every video. He had to do that crazy, stupid little dance he made up. Yeah, I mean, he had to do all these little things, because he kept trying to make himself some type of a superstar. And what I saw him being is that he really was just, to me, a producer.
Mhm.
And probably an event man.
Yeah, but all his events went in trouble.
As far as legally the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He could have done that very well, like thrown the big music.
But
party.
every event that he did, like the first event that he did, how many people died
A
when
lot.
they did, right? And then that's how he got his name into the books.
Mm-hmm.
His career was built on death.
Mm-hmm.
Built on it. And
But he
anytime
chose to shut doors, and they weren't supposed to shut those doors in that building. And then he had too many people in the building.
Yeah.
The overhead was more tickets than they sold.
Well, it's because he opens his mouth and he's like, "Everybody, come one, come all. This is my party. This is a Diddy party, right?"
Mhm.
And it's just, it's just shame because if you think about like where, first of all, I have to say,
Well, back then it was Quad City. They were doing
DJs.
Yeah, something like that. I think it started there and then it expanded.
You hung around this kind of crew for a while because I heard you in your big body ways. Like nobody sounds like this. You have some gangster in you, Nikki. I know that.
I've been around a lot of these.
Yeah,
people.
just the way you said, yeah. When Suge got up there with his big body self, like where?
Yeah, he is a big man, man.
But nobody says that unless like you've been hanging around a bunch of black people your whole life.
Pretty much,
Your big body self.
And then it's just strange because he pretty much called it the way it was, but then all of a sudden these unaliving started happening, and then it's just strange that Tupac had the first instance in New York at the studios when Biggie invited him to the studios, and he got shot up in the elevator.
Yeah.
And barely made it out of there. And he remember when he had his head wrapped and all that, and he was in the wheelchair, and he said that they tried to kill me. Yeah. He said they tried to kill me. He felt it was set up, and he always said that he never wavered from it.
No.
And he said that he couldn't believe it was Biggie.
Had to go.
And I think that it was in people's best interest for these two entertainers to be gone.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that Biggie knew. Well, Biggie figured it out what was going on because him and Pac were friends. They were friends.
Very good friends for years.
Years.
Way before Diddy and all that.
They were good friends.
Yeah. Because
So
they said that they said that Notorious, that he went around Bed-Stuy and all that, and all he did was stand on stoops and rap.
Yeah.
And rhyme. That's all he did. People knew him in every neighborhood just for standing on people's stoops, knowing people, and just rhyming.
That's why when he passed, the whole city shut down. It was like basically like like how it happened in the basketball, like when they just won and the Knicks won, and the whole city was partying. The whole city came out for when the Knicks won, and the whole city came out when Biggie died, because Biggie was an icon in that neighborhood,
and he came out to hypnotize.
Yeah, man. It's just when you see
crazy.
There's so much, and people want to say it was the gangster rap, but you just have to question. So after all that,
you can call it gangster rap, but were they really gangsters?
No, not until afterwards.
Did they hang
Sunglass?
around gangsters? Yeah. But were they gangsters?
No.
Yeah.
But then how did the
The
skinny
persona.
little
It was
how did the
the
skinny little
idolizing.
the last man that was the last rapper to get up there but had all the hooks and everything? How is all of a sudden Snoop the head of Death Row? I still can't figure that one out.
Well, he's not. Well, he's in. I'm pretty sure it's still Reggie Wright.
No. Snoop controls and owns all of Death Row.
Since when did that happen? Because
Like
Reggie
a
was
couple
just
years
on.
ago.
He was just
Yeah.
on the stand talking about he was the owner of Death Row at the Tupac
Who?
Trial. Reggie Wright. Reggie was Suge's right hand for everything that happened. And then when Suge went the first time to jail, somebody had to take it over and somebody had to financially be able to support it. So it ended up being
Snoop's
Reggie
owned Death
Wright.
Row since 2022.
And say what?
Snoop Dogg has acquired the iconic label in February of 2022 and has taken the full private equity firm. And Snoop Dogg sold stakes.
Private equity firm, but he hasn't running it.
Yeah.
What does he put
under his
out? Who
leadership?
does he put out on there on the label? He hasn't put anybody out on Death
I
Row
don't
label.
know.
He hasn't put
I don't know who he put
nobody
out
out on Death Row label. There's nobody that's gone out for years.
Snoop was buying Death Row Records. Yeah. Dr. Dre was initially upset
He
about Snoop
was
Dogg
buying it.
Death Row.
Did he did acquire it?
Oh yeah, he did. Because when he was on The Voice, that's what everybody got on with Death Row Records if they were on Team Snoop. And does Suge Knight still own it? No, Suge Knight does not own. He lost control of the
Suge does not
label.
own it.
And then the label changed hands several times before Snoop Dogg purchased in early 2022.
It was Reggie Wright.
And it's Snoop Dogg now. It's Snoop Dogg since 2022. And he's the official owner and head of the company. People disputed his ownership because Suge Knight was serving a prison sentence, but no. Yeah, it's been Snoop for a while. But I don't think he's put anything out. Yeah, he acquired in 2022.
No, right here it says Reggie Wright is the owner of Death Row.
Where are you looking?
Google. And he was just on the stand in the
owns
trial.
Death Row?
No. Since August 14th of the Keefe D, he was on trial in the Keefe D on trial August 14th. He sat in the chair, is responding to allegations from Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, the man accused of orchestrating the murder for Tupac Shakur. Nearly.
That's so weird. I put in who owns Death Row Records, and it says Snoop Dogg is the current owner of Death Row, bought the iconic in 2022 from the MNRK group, which was controlled by Blackstone. The catalog rights belong to Snoop Dogg. He owns the Death Row brand name and trademarks and every master recording, such as like Dre's Chronic, and he owns them all. Who you said it was Reggie, right?
Yeah, because his father is a LA officer, and Reggie didn't go his dad's way. He became the head of security for Suge, and that's how that all because he had nobody
Reggie
else.
Wright Jr. never owned Death Row, but he served as the label's head of security and as its general manager, managing day-to-day while Suge Knight was in prison. Ownership of the company remained entirely with Suge Knight.
What are you reading it on? What are you reading it on? Because that's not true, and I know it's not true. Myself, personally, I know it's not true. Reggie Wright did own Death Row Records for a short period of time. He absolutely did. Because there's no way he could come out publicly. He's the one that threw the fit on Snoop. He's the one that I think tried to take Snoop to court because I think of the acquire and how he acquired Death Row. Because it was Reggie Wright.
In April of 2022, and he's like, he was the head of security, and then he was the managing. He was managing day-to-day operations, but he was the general manager, but he never owned it. Ownership completely remained with Suge Knight until Snoop Dogg bought it.
That's not true, but okay. I'll go with what
that's
you're
on
saying,
BBC.
but that's not true. I know
It's
it
on
better than
BBC, Source Magazine, and
I've listened to every interview with these two.
NPR.
Then they're lying about their own selves. Then he lied on Tupac's trial. Then he just sat on the chair and lied about being an owner of Death Row.
I know that Snoop owns Death Row, man. I'm for sure.
I'm like, well, he's
Because
like
I
the
know that
court in Las
my friend
Vegas.
who went down to go record, and he's like, yeah, I'm Dustin Lee Death Row, and like Snoop is.
I don't like Snoop, so he can own whatever he wants to own, but I know that he didn't acquire it just like that, right from Suge Knight. It didn't happen that way. Sorry.
Something happened. February 2022.
Didn't happen that way.
333. Nope. 333s.
Because you've never watched Suge's show. Suge has a show every single day. He talks from jail every single day. And he gives you details of his life and everything that's happened in his life. And who has stolen what and who has acquired things incorrectly. Mm-hmm. Sure has.
Oh, it's on Apple Podcasts?
Mm-hmm.
No way.
I watch it every single day. Listen to it. Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Mm-hmm.
And the
you learn a lot when it comes out of their mouths. You learn a lot.
Oh, it's called Collect Call with
Yep, that's what it's called.
And then there's a TV series called Death Row Chronicles.
Because he does not. He gives it to you straight with no butter.
Does Snoop Snoop does not talk to Suge Knight anymore. The relationship turned into an open feud
because of how he acquired it. I'm telling you, there's been dirt there for a while.
That's why I think that Snoop has.
Why don't you like Snoop, Nikki? Okay, let me see. Do you want me to lie to you or want me to tell the truth?
I
had to do a business deal with him in Canada. Yeah. He dropped the ball.
Yeah.
His people dropped the ball.
I smoked a couple of J's.
I know his family very well here in Portland, Oregon, especially his three uncles. One of his uncles plays keyboards for a man that my husband knew his entire life pretty much.
Oh,
and so we would go to every single one that Ricky would play at. And then, Ricky is one of Snoop's uncles. Mm-hmm. And his brother Lamar is another uncle that drives around the city in his old Mercedes and flirts with all the women. Then you've got, God rest his soul, his Uncle Rio. And his Uncle Rio owned Rio's Ribs. And Snoop is the one that reopened Rio's Ribs to try to see if one of the cousins could make something of it. But Rio was a character here in Portland, Oregon. And I've probably danced with Rio, oh God, 10 or more times at different events. And LeVar, probably 10 or 20 times at events. They're the kind of guys that have chased girls around for a long time. And God rest his soul, Rio's not here anymore. But
I just put in
every single time that Snoop came to Portland, Oregon, he's late to every single show. He's late by hours to every single show. He takes advantage of the Portland people because his family all lives here. And he'll get stuck at one of the family's houses. Oh, yeah, it happens every single time. And then they'll come in and they'll apologize and they'll say, oh, we got busy we had to feed him barbecue and we had to do this and we had to do that. And the people are standing there that bought $80, $90 tickets. That's
and they have him waiting. He's never on time.
Now, another one that I don't like personally is they have a meet and greet. This was 2015, 2016, 2017, right in there. And it was him, Corrupt. It was Dog Pound. Whoever was left in the Dog Pound, basically. But Corrupt was there. I sent over, 3 or 4 employees from my cannabis club. I went over there and told them, hey, tell them after the concert tonight if they want me to open up, I can open the club, if we want to do an after hours, whatever. So I sent my people over, and it was one of Rio's restaurants, his uncle. And it was a huge thing. There was lines everywhere to get in to meet him. People had to buy tickets. And he was rude. He was a jerk. He wasn't nice to people at all. And Corrupt was the star of the show. And everyone left that place talking about how cool Corrupt was, but Snoop didn't give him the time of day.
Snoop's getting too big for his britches. I just looked it up and it said, I asked if Snoop has signed or released anything since he's owned Death Row. And they said that he brought on October London, who's an R&B singer. I think he was.
Yeah, I know who she is.
And then Jane Hancock, the first lady of Death Row.
Okay.
And then Charlie Burrell, California-based soul singer. D Smoke, and he was a winner of the Rhythm and Flow competition on TV or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And he re-signed the classic West Coast mainstays such as Corrupt is re-signed to the label.
Because he's got the personality. He is that personality.
The East Sides, RBX, and Lady of Rage all re-signed with him.
I'm glad Lady of Rage. I've always loved her.
Yeah, I like Lady of Rage.
Mm-hmm. And I thought technically she was the first woman of.
She was, and was she, or was it freaking out east was the first? Well, first lady of Death Row, but the first lady of hip hop would be, I don't know. I'd say it's either Lil Kim or Mishi Me. One of the two would be the first ladies of hip hop.
I would even go back to Yo-Yo.
Really?
I would take it so far back. Yeah, because Yo-Yo came, she was out with Cube and them at the same time that they had everybody had one girl singer in those days. All these hardcore rappers or gang hip hop or whatever you wanted to call it in those days. You know what I mean? So he was
Shantae, the fierce battle rapper. And
so he was a snitch. He's such I can't believe it took us this long to realize he is such a perv.
Snoop Dogg really doesn't have, like, if you look at what he got big with was the fact that
what we hearing?
All he did was hooks.
That's it. That's all. Dre made him what he is.
Yeah, he had.
It is Dr. Dre all the way, and just like Eminem. There's a few
I don't know.
things,
I love Lisa Marshall.
And it would only be 50 because 50 got brought on. It's so strange to me because everybody always thinks 50, some kind of way 50 was in this realm with Dre and them. It was literally Dre bringing Eminem on, and Eminem found 50 cents. Mm-hmm. People cannot get that into their oh, thank you, D. Yeah, people cannot get that into their minds that some kind of way 50 and then 50 has just done so spectacular with all his shows and all the series. I love them so much. He's got such a great talent.
Yeah, 50's just done he's a businessman, right?
He is such a good businessman, and he is really
vitamin water.
He's leaving something wonderful to his son. And I think it's just phenomenal. And I think it's great.
I love me some Marshall Mathers. I'm sorry.
So, I love him. And I mean, look what he's done. He turned around, he finished raising his daughter. Plus, he turned around, he raised his niece.
Yeah. Kim just died recently.
Great man.
His wife?
No, she got in trouble, though.
No, I think she died, too.
I don't know about the dying, but I know she got in a lot of trouble recently.
Yeah, she was like in a lot of trouble, and then I'm pretty sure
she cut her hair. She went from like this shoulder length in one picture. She got in trouble. Then she turned around and she had short hair when she got in trouble again. So it was like she just, I don't know. She was going through something, but I don't know if she actually lost her life.
She attempted to unalive herself. In July.
But she's not. She's still alive.
I think so, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She attempted in July.
I definitely would have known that. Yeah.
Yeah, she made it through. But because that was after DUIs and all bunch of stuff. But
yeah, she's gotten in a lot of trouble. You've been seeing left and right her mugshots because they keep changing. Like I said, she had one with shoulder length hair. Then she had her next mugshot was pixie hair all the way like to her head, and you could just tell that something really was going on with that girl.
Yeah.
Something was
She's having a
really
break.
going on.
She's having a mental break.
Seems like she's had a mental break since they were together.
Yeah.
We've never heard anything straight about her. Like, she's never given back to society or done anything. She's only ever seems to have been in trouble, to be honest.
She probably just needed some more mom
Jay,
spaghetti.
you can
Really.
talk if you're up, babe. You can unmute yourself and talk.
She
Just muted it because
mom
the kids were in the background, or your daughter or somebody was in the background. And so I just kind of muted it for a sec.
Need some more mom spaghetti. I feel like I should watch 8 Mile. I haven't slept well since my mom passed.
Yeah, that's something. I did that song in one of my shorts. Because you could do, if they had the song on YouTube, you could do it if you knew the words, or do something during the words. And there's people on there just like, you knew every word. I was like, oh yeah.
There's a few songs I was talking to somebody. There's a few songs that people just know all the words to, and you don't realize you know all the words to until all of a sudden you realize, wait a second. Like, people can just say, what's the line? And you'll know the whole song from start to finish. So I go, do you have the time to listen to me? Why? And then you just keep going. You realize that you know every single song and lyric to Basket Case from Green Day. I was like, how does that happen? Like, and then Eminem's Lose Yourself. Everybody knows like every word. Some of the words I may make up, but I still know them. I make up all the words.
Your own alley.
What'd you say, Jay? Kayleen.
Yeah.
What'd you say?
I was talking to my son. He jumped on my daughter.
Oh gosh.
What time is it where you are, Jaylene? What time is it where you are?
6:40.
Oh, they're getting up for the day. You're like so joyous.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm gonna get off of here.
Yeah, it's 3:45.
Yeah, my eyes are gonna
3:45.
What'd you say?
Numbers. It's 3:45. Well,
3:45. Thank you for coming on here.
Thank you guys very much. Oh, I was going to show you one thing. Can I just share something
You
really
can
quick
do
before?
whatever.
I'm going to share a screen. Hold on.
Sure.
And I'll show you really quickly. Let me get this up
Okay,
here.
look at this.
Alrighty, 1 second. Here we go.
What?
All right. So I just have to share. Where
I
are
will
you?
look at that. What? Wait.
Share screen. Share screen. And I'm going to
California
share.
prosecutor Andrew Hayden, 48, hanging. What the world? Oh yeah, D. I'm gonna check that one out definitely.
Okay, can you see my picture?
Okay, I'm gonna go put it. You want me to put it on here?
Oh, I think I just hit share. I'm sharing it on StreamYard.
Okay. Let me go see it.
Let's see if you can see it.
There it is.
You can. Okay, so that's my mom. Like, that was pretty recent.
Oh.
And my nephew. That's me.
That's so.
And my dad, my brother.
Oh.
Oh God, that's a terrible photo.
No, it's not. Go back. That's the family. Go back to the family.
No, it's terrible. I got my wisdom teeth out. Look at my face. I hated that day. Everyone's smiling and I couldn't even open my mouth.
Cute picture. Oh my gosh.
That's my mom and me. That's Stampede. That's my little nephew. He's so cute.
He's so
He's 13.
cute.
He just turned 13 yesterday. 14 yesterday. So yeah, this is like more recent. My mom and dad. But then it's gonna get into Noelle is so cute. So that's my Nona's the Italian side of the family.
Yeah.
But she got, oh yeah, there's Scarlett. That's my goddaughter. Calgary Stampede Parade. I'm just gonna fast forward till we get a little. But these photos are That's my mom with the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago as her cousin. That's my mom and my sister. Hey, she just lost so much weight and got all sick. But this is look at oh god. So there's me.
Oh, isn't that an adorable picture?
Look at my mom and dad.
Find it.
So cute. Look at her hair.
Isn't that like
I love it.
like it's
Love
just
it.
What you was looking for.
I never saw these photos in my life till like yesterday.
Just beautiful.
Like look how snazzy. Like she was a fox. Look how
Beautiful.
snazzy they are. Like
So
with the purse and
cute.
everything. Did you dress like this?
Oh, that is wonderful, huh?
Did you ever dress like that? Like with the look at him, like she played guitar? Like what the hell is she doing? Like they were
No.
in love. I guess they met when they were like 19. Like, look at that. That's my I was like, who is that? And my sister goes, I think that's mom and dad. And my dad's like, that's me. I
That's
was like,
adorable. Dee Dee says so cute. Yes.
yeah.
Just love
See,
it.
this is the mom that I recognize that face. Like that's how I would recognize her, right? But those other photos, I was like, who the heck was that? That's the mom that I know. But yeah, I was like, who's that other lady? And there's my granny. She just passed in October at 106.
Wow.
Yeah. Miss Carafest, me. Yeah, but that's the old fam jam. That was my mom. Like look at me. That's me.
That's
But
so cute. What great
that's
memories.
me right there. The little baby.
Yeah. Your dad, I swear, is always smiling.
Yeah, he was pretty jovial.
So
That's me
cute.
there being held by my dad.
That's
My
so
socks and sandals and my brother and his bony knees. My mom was like a smoke show though. Like, what the
How
heck
long
happened?
were your folks together?
Since they're 19, my dad my dad turns 80 this year. And my mom was 78.
Well, is he doing okay?
He's really sad.
Yeah, I know. I can't imagine.
Yeah, really sad.
So how many years, honey, were they together then? So he's 80. So they've been together like 60?
60 years. I think it was 59 years was their anniversary this year. So it'd be 60 years on September 2nd would have been their wedding anniversary.
Oh.
Like they were like she's just my mom was so and on here it's written, it says forever yours, Maria. So my dad had all these photos in like this book that was like in a book in a like a plastic like suitcase kind of. It was like really weird and we'd never seen these photos before.
Look at how in love they are.
Like
I love
crazy.
that wedding picture. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the whole fam jam. Like
That's so awesome.
crazy. Like it's this is such a learning so much about her from these photos that you don't even.
My mom's got
She was
a
a
lot of
completely
those
different
dresses and pants and yeah.
Look at the outfits.
Hmm.
So
It's
pretty.
like 60s.
Yeah. That looks like me, I must say.
Yeah. Wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
So that was my mom. Like I'd never seen any of these before. I would never have even known. I didn't even know it was her when I saw it.
So beautiful. Wow. That is so, you're so lucky. That's so
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm blessed that I get to have these. So I mean, this is something that, she's probably just I can't even imagine my mom was wearing this kind of stuff. That's a little short, mother. Like and that dress is a little low.
They wore them short. I hate to tell you, but they wore them short, especially in the 60s. Yes.
But I mean,
Yes.
that's a little low, don't you think? And a little skirt. Oh wow, that was her wedding dress.
That's great.
Nice. I love the curtains. So they got married in Montreal.
That's awesome.
I don't think anybody was at their wedding. That's why I'm like curious. I was like, my dad didn't know.
There was somebody.
Yeah, he said that he went to go visit her in Montreal, and then he went to go visit her, and then there was a suit. And then it was him and his brother went to go visit her in Montreal, and then there was a suit, and then there was a chapel, and he didn't know what was happening. I was like, so mom duped you into getting married? He's like, I just went for a visit. No, and even his sister said he has 9 brothers and sisters. Ask him how many people were at his wedding. from the family. And he's like, just your Uncle Lennox, because we just went to visit and there was a suit and then there was a chapel. I
That's
was
so
like,
funny.
Dad, you got duped into getting married? He's like, your mother was very convincing. That was the end of the story. Never saw any of those pictures until like 24 hours ago.
That's so
Is that
cool.
crazy?
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah, it's gonna be a hard one, but I used Sonos and wrote her a couple of songs. So
that's awesome.
yeah, it's all good. I think I'm okay. It hurts, it stings, but what can you do?
Mhm.
She's
gonna
better
hurt
now.
for a long time.
Yeah, she's better. She'll be better because her
Mhm.
bicep was like this big. I could wrap my finger around it. Her
Mhm.
whole bone. It was just bone. And I was just like, you can't do anything when you're like that.
Mhm.
So it's better that you're gone so you can, and you get to fly everywhere. You can be in everybody's business now. Like
yeah,
everyone's business. Like
you
it's just a
sure
neat fact,
can.
right?
Yep.
So that
God
is
bless you
it.
and your family, and bless all of you.
Yeah. Well,
I know
I'm
you
gonna say
should.
goodnight, everybody. And thank you all for listening to me ramble. And thank you for keeping me company on a tough day because today we put out the obituary and
Yeah.
it was rough, but I appreciate you all. So I will let you say goodbye to your lovely chat in your group and your show. So thanks for having me.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, honey. See you later. Jaylene, did you want to say anything, sweetheart?
Just good night to everybody. I'm tired.
I know you are, honey. You've been hanging in there. Have a
Good
good
night, guys.
morning. Okay? Have a good morning with the kids.
I will.
Okay, sweetheart. And you just hang in there.
Good night, Jaylene.
Good
morning.
There's a good night, Jaylene. That was so funny. How that popped up is like, okay, good night, John boy.
So long, farewell. I bid you all good night to you and you and you and you and you. Do. My favorite part is Sound of Music. Come on now. All right, I'm out. Peace out, guys.
Peace out. Bye bye. Oh goodness. Well, you get some rest, baby, and you have a good part of your day today. Okay. Jaylene?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. I know you're
have
tired.
I have to do
All right,
some
baby.
homework real quick and then I'll be alright.
All right, baby. You make sure you're resting. You keep your body rested and all that because you need your strength to make sure you get your brain going on all those essays.
I have to write a couple of them now.
Yeah, you'll do it. You're good at it. You'll whip it out. You'll get it done.
Yep.
You will. You're smart. All right, babe. Good night. And I hope you guys sleep well, everyone. Thank you guys for hanging out. And thanks for coming and just being around and being here. I appreciate everybody. I appreciate you, Jaylene. Love you. And get a good rest of your night's sleep, okay? I think she's done. Good night, everybody. Thanks you guys so much. Thank you very, very much for hanging out tonight. It's been a lot of fun, and sometimes it's just good to shoot the stuff, you know? Bye, guys. Appreciate every single one of you. Thank you. God bless you all. Have a good night.